All right,
Howard Shore.
Welcome everybody. This is Hoard of the Dragon Queen. I am Chris Eck, and I'll be running this for my daughter and some friends of mine. We're 3rd level now. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And just recently, the Cult of the Dragon was raiding Greenest, and our party of brave adventurers were throwing monkey wrenches in their plans. Does anybody want to give a brief recap of what happened last session?
Let's take a look at my notes. So we had been in the keep, speaking with the mayor and some of the other survivors with intentions on heading out of the city to try to find the perhaps captured egg of Lennithon the dragon, who was the blue dragon that was assisting the kobolds and cultists in attacking the town. And before we did that, we went across the town to, I think it was some sort of church where people had been holed up, and we managed to rescue them and bring them back to the keep. And then, we managed to sneak back through the secret passage, which was at number 2, back into the keep. And then we were challenged by that half-dragon, the blue half-dragon, who had some hostages.
Yeah.
So Ignatius Yuri, the Dragonborn Paladin, got his butt handed to him on behalf of the townsfolk.
Very brave.
And yes, was grievously wounded and luckily saved by his friends for his callousness. And I think that's where we left off.
He lost part of one of his swooshy frills.
He did. And I would actually like your help in figuring out which one it was. So I had a fun idea for that where maybe Yuri considers one side of his face to be his good side and the other one to be his bad side. Although perhaps it's indistinguishable to everyone else that's not him. But maybe we roll to see if it's his good side or his bad side that got hit. Kaylee, would you like to roll any die, and on evens it's his good side and on odds it's his bad side?
Ooh.
Sure. I'll just...
I know I'm really putting it on you, but...
Heart of the cards.
You can type.
Alright, so what was it again?
Okay, so roll any die. If it's an odd number, his bad side was wounded. And if it's an even number, his good side was wounded.
So types. Okay, never mind. You got it.
Okay, so his good side was wounded.
Oh, poor Yuri.
Also, I have an unrelated question. How do you spell the blue dragon's name?
Let's see.
It has the most complicated names.
Hey, I didn't make up this name. Where the
I
heck
don't
is
know.
this boy?
I wrote it as Lennithon. I
Let's
don't know if
see.
that's right, though.
So, Doug, I got to ask now that he has that scar and badge of honor or whatever, does he consider that to be his good side anyway?
I think that'll have to be something that he works through in time. I don't know that Yuri is a vain person in quite that sense, but I think it'll be a blow to his ego in some way. But again, I don't think it's distinguishable to anybody else but him.
One of my favorite parts of last session was when our druid as a giant frog ate a man.
Oh, it's amazing.
Just the whole dude.
Yeah, that
I taste tested everybody.
that was so awesome that I had to look up to make sure it was legit, and it was legit. It's totally a thing he can do.
More to come.
I think the only thing that happens is you don't get to have the frog swim speed. Oh no!
Correct.
Oh, darn.
You aren't being weighed down.
No bonus to flying or swimming.
Yep.
That would be pretty disturbing anyway if one of the frogs was flying.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
I mean, what is a dragon if not a flying frog?
Flying lizard, perhaps?
Yeah. Now I want a frog version of a dragon, where it's a giant
Yes.
frog with wings.
You know, I got you.
Well, they've got dragon turtles. They're probably out there.
That's true. That's closer, but still too reptilian.
Oh, dragon turtles are creepy.
Dragon frogs. All right, something to shoot for.
Dragon frogs.
Froggins. There you go.
Froggin.
Froggins.
I love it.
Nasty little frogginses.
So the raid went on to the wee hours of the morning, and you guys were running around all over town trying to do different things. Finally make it back into the keep, and Escobert puts you up in the highest quality rooms in the keep that he has, the best guest quarters that are richly appointed. So this morning you wake up on huge plush pillows under thick down comforters, and shafts of sunlight are filtering in from outside. A cool breeze brings the smell of smoke from last night's raid through the open windows, and looking outside you see that it's mid-morning and the cleanup efforts have already started. The cult of the dragon has apparently left, getting what they came for, and now you're left here to pick up the pieces. In Kaylee's, and like you're in two different rooms. It's not Kaylee, Kyla and Karen are both in one room, and
Slumber party.
Oh yeah.
and Yuri and Kobus are both in another.
Very nice.
So in Kaylee's in Kyla's and Karen's room, there's this huge painting of an adventuring party posing over a dead green dragon that's laying atop its treasure hoard. And
Kyla is infuriated.
that was. Do you have history, Kyla, as a trained skill?
Perhaps I do. Maybe. Yes, I do.
Okay.
I am proficient in history.
Okay, then I won't make you roll. This was part of the town's backstory a long, long time ago. There was this green dragon that was terrorizing the area, and this adventuring party had put a stop to it. And some of these, like Greenest was a smaller fishing village that one of them built one of the adventurers decided to settle down here after that and build the keep. So this area was kind of rich with wealth just because the dragon had stolen a whole bunch of stuff. And then as they started building this town and stuff, just the wealth kind of flowed out from there for a while. And that was maybe a couple hundred years ago, something like that. Also, just the room's richly decorated. There's some silver candlesticks on either side of the portrait, on the wooden mantle, and other various knickknacks that are kind of expensive. And you wake up on your own. Nobody comes to get you, so you're in this nice, plush, luxurious room.
It's so soft and fluffy.
I think Karen's admiring the painting, trying to figure out how much she could get for it if she were to roll it up, perhaps. But then I think she has a moment of clarity and out loud says, "Oh, that's why they call it Greenest." Because it is green and it was this nest, right? That's good.
Sounds legit to me. If it wasn't
Creative.
the truth, it is now.
As someone who's not in that scene and hasn't seen the painting or the portrait, how big is it? Like how long, how tall?
Yeah, it's huge. It's like 5 feet wide and about 8 feet tall. So even if she were to roll it up, she wouldn't be able to carry it. It'd probably take 2 people, even of Yuri's size, to carry it comfortably.
I was just imagining Karen trying to roll it up and carry it out on her own, pass it off like a walking stick or something.
I brought this rug with me. I know you didn't see it, but
It's like a hotel towel. It's fine. They won't even notice.
and then you get a $200 surcharge on your bill.
200 seems generous for a 5 foot by 8 foot.
Well, I meant for a hotel towel.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. There you go.
No, but if you're looking to steal a few things, then there's definitely smaller things you can shove in your backpack.
Her fingers are itching, but I think she's trying to put that life behind her. Maybe she's trying to be a little more honest.
Nice, Karen.
How big is the dragon in the painting? Like,
It was looks like you estimate that it was probably an adult, maybe a little bit bigger, but then
Ooh.
artists sometimes embellish things, so it's hard to say.
No.
But yeah,
impressive.
you're just chilling out in your rooms, and you hear activity elsewhere in the keep. Different people barking out orders, and things are going on.
In the room of Yuri and Kobus, I think we find maybe they have a mirror in there, and Yuri is just examining himself from many angles, turning his head askance, trying to survey the damage that's been done while moving with tender motion as he has aches and bruises everywhere. And he turns to Kobus and says, Kobus friend, may I ask you a direct question?
Yes, of course. What can I help you with, man?
How bad is it, really? I mean, if you look at me from this angle, it doesn't look quite as terrible, but... Oh.
Do me a favor and rotate a couple times, left to the right.
He
Good. Oh, dear.
follows the perfect look, mechanical, swiveling at the waist. No, just as I thought.
No, actually, it's really quite amazing. It creates such a good story to tell, man. I think you'd be very good to continue on, and I think it's going to be good. Do you still hurt? Do you still need some healing?
No, I'm just sore at this point. I think I'll eventually pull through.
Here's a little
Several
bit of-
minutes from we have to go downstairs.
Okay, very good.
I think he certainly brightens at Kobus mentioning that it'll be a good story, and that's the silver lining for him.
He loves
That's what it's all
story.
about.
Yeah,
Claps Kobus on the shoulder.
I forgot about Ugg, so Ugg's probably in there too, and Ia's probably in the girls' room.
Is she still sleeping?
And Ugg claps you on the shoulder. It's like, looks good on you. You were a little too pretty before.
Still better looking than you.
Burnt.
Oh!
Burn.
The rooms are very close. The stone walls are very thin.
Just hear Kylie going, oh!
Can I nominate someone for inspiration?
Yes, you may.
That was fantastic.
Kaylee, go ahead and take inspiration.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
Can I lobby that maybe Ia is a drooler when she sleeps? She's very curt and serious, but when
Oh,
she's
look at
asleep,
her.
she just drools.
Sure. She
no.
is a elf, so she actually goes into a trance.
Okay, that's right.
But we can make that happen. And
Trance drool.
she has a little bit of trance drool for whatever reason. She's never been able to control it, and maybe that's why she's so bitter and snipes at people.
Should we put like a bowl on her lap? I don't know what to do. I've never seen her do this before.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Oh, if you say so, but that's gonna get messy.
You hear from the
It's like
next We can fashion a bib.
her holy relic decanter. A silver bowl.
Well, cool. So everybody gets dressed and is ready to start their day. When you finally come out, there was somebody standing outside your door that was just kind of waiting, and not like right out your door, just across the hall, waiting for you to wake up on your own. And he says, he's dressed in like servant's clothes and things. Like, if you'll come with me, then we'll get you some breakfast, or would you prefer lunch? And Escobert and Nighthill would like to meet with you.
Karen snaps her fingers and finger guns at him and says, yes to both.
Very good, ma'am. Very good. And
She whispers to Keela, we're heroes now. We can get anything we want, probably. This is great.
Yay!
So yeah, they lead you downstairs. There's to the banquet hall. There's there's only one of the tables that's kind of set up for eating. The rest of them are just being used for other tasks at the moment. And you see Escobert and Governor Nighthill just meeting with different people that are coming up and asking for advice on what they should be fixing first and what they should be doing around the town. And you see like a little map of the town and where some damage has been painted down onto this map, and they're making notes and basically prioritizing and doing triage for the town to figure out which parts need to get fixed up first. As soon as they see you, they both come over to you, and Escobert's tangled beard is even more tangled than it was last night. He has this red, scraggly hair that's just kind of going off in every direction. And he shakes each one of your hands vigorously, just thanks you profusely for everything that you've done, and he lists some of your deeds, and most of the deeds you recognize, but some of them you don't, but he's convinced that you did them all the same. And he says, sit, we'll get you some food, some drink. And he orders one of the servants to take your orders. And then after that's out of the way, then he's ready to meet with you. So, did you sleep well?
Like a rock. Fantastic accommodations. Thank you so much.
Excellent. I'm happy that you did. You definitely earned it. I'd like to ask what your plans are for the near future.
Well, there is a camp to, I believe, the southeast of here, and we need to steal something from them, or steal it back, I guess.
Okay. The camp of the dragon cult?
Yes.
Excellent. And how do you know that's where it is?
Don't worry about it.
We were told by a friend.
Ah.
A trustworthy person, really.
I think Yuri sputters a little bit in surprise, but then tries to pass it off as whatever he was eating at that time.
Got some spice on that.
Yes, very flavorful.
Yes, we've interrogated some of the prisoners that you brought back last night, and yes, that's that's the direction they were leaving. So we can confirm that that's where we think their camp is. But if you would be willing to do more for this town, then I could pay you for your efforts. There's things that I would like to know about this army, this cult, whatever you want to call it. I'd like you to locate their camp, give us a rough count of the troops, identify their leadership, and what their plans are. And if you could do that, then I would pay the group 500 gold. And Governor Nighthill leans over. What about the prisoners and the townsfolk? And he lowers his head and he says, "It pains me to say it, but that's a secondary goal. If you can somehow free the prisoners, excellent. But the priority is the information. We have to think about the bigger picture here."
All right, out of character, you said locate the camp, give them a rough number of troops, identify their leadership, and know what their plans are.
Yep.
Correct?
Good summary.
Just making sure you got all of it.
I think Yuri's scaly brow ridges go up a little bit at that figure, the 500 gold, but he maintains silence.
Does he have a hoard, a dragonesque hoard, like hoarding preference? I know Dragonborn don't necessarily have that.
Honor and glory?
I think that counts.
Deeds? Yeah, I mean, he was a pit fighter, but he was forcibly put there, so I don't really imagine they allowed him to accumulate funds from his winnings. So money probably doesn't mean a ton to him overall.
Maybe it's like mementos from people he's saved that they give him, like little handkerchiefs.
I
He
like
just
that.
has like so many handkerchiefs.
He's got a treasure bag of all the little tokens people have given him. I like that. Thank you for giving me a cool character idea.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's his Hoard. Hoard of the Dragon Queen. He's like, man, she's probably got some cool stuff in there.
Kyla's preferences are just normal gold and silver and scales, of course.
Yeah, that's true.
As long as she didn't just skin a whole dragon, like pick up some scales that were in the dragon's lair
Right.
or
It
something.
was cool that you found the blue scales from Lennithon.
So you're a scale forager.
What are you going to do once you have all the scales?
Well, then she gets to summon Exodia.
Bask in my own glory.
You should affix them to yourself and become a...
Oh yeah, like in the armor? That'd be so cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Have like the chromatics on one side or on one shoulder and then the metallics on the other shoulder.
We could use it to make some sort of weird magic item, yeah.
That sounds
Mwah.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Group goals. Does Cobus have any hoarding tendencies?
Mostly vegetation and like finding out different ingredients to pick up, and
That's cool.
he's a simple guy. I think the whole currency and shiny stuff probably doesn't really get to him, but I think he likes the different types of ingredients and things like that.
Cobus
I
I
mean,
is,
imagine he has like a bag of funny shaped mossy rocks. He's like, look at this one. It's amazing. It kind of looks like your face.
I actually made it to the coast one day and found a seashell.
That's great, yeah.
and I think Cobus is a brewer, isn't he?
He is.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So yeah, and what's his name? Escobar, the dwarf says, my only concern with this plan is you kind of made an impression on the enemy, so I worry about how you would participate in this adventure.
Have any blue paint?
And you see the from a little bit across the room, you recognize the form of the bard. Let's see, where is that? I think it's in useful links, session NPCs.
See, Leos and Erlenthar?
No. The
Can I keep casting minor illusion on Yuri to make him look blue?
Well, there are a few problems with the blue paint idea. He still has the swooshy frills and he doesn't have the horn. Like, he doesn't look like a blue dragon. He'd just be blue. I mean, I'm not sure people would look very closely, but I'm sure they have plenty of blue half dragons and they've seen a blue dragon before, so they might notice that much.
Yeah.
You just wear a hood, though.
Poking himself in the snout as he doesn't have a horn.
Aw, dang. Alright.
Like patting there sadly.
but no, this
Last resort.
I have a small handful of blueberries. We can give that a try.
It's gonna look very ill.
this is the bard that was from the Blushing Sow that was touting your deeds and eventually crafted a song that involved you all saving Cliff and driving off the kobolds.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And,
Did we get a name for the bard?
you didn't, but he's about to introduce himself, and he clears his throat and he says, "Pardon me, I couldn't help it over here. I heard that you needed some help being disguised, and I think I might be able to aid you with that." Yes, that's definitely something I could do. And you may not remember me. I don't believe we were properly introduced. There was too much merriment and drinking going on. But I am Bahram Swiftblade the Magnificent, and he does this bow, and like his jewelry jingles, and the purple silk robes kind of flow easily.
Oh my, hi there.
Oh, I remember you, good sir. We weren't properly introduced, but as you said, there was much merriment about it. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
He's a tall, slender-built man with a flawless bronze complexion. He has long, dark hair kept in many small braids, adorned with silver and gold charms and various gems which sparkle when they catch the light. His goatee mustache is neatly trimmed, and he smells like sandalwood and hints of bergamot. So
Now I need to look up what bergamot is.
it's let Mama show you the floral Earl Grey tea. Smells a little bit like that.
Oh, okay.
They add it to that to give it these earthy floral notes.
Yuri will survey this man and say, well, any assistance you could provide would be greatly appreciated, but I confess I find it difficult to mask my own appearance or personality. It always seems to shine through, you see.
Humble brag.
there's very little that's humble about Yuri. Let's be clear about that.
He nods. Well, that I cannot help you with, but for the outward appearance, I am a master of disguise.
That's convenient.
And is this how you disguise yourself now? He sort of reaches out and pokes him a little bit to see if he's really there.
Give me a will save.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yuri, what have you done?
That's wisdom, right?
Yeah, sorry, I always call it will save because I'm an older edition.
That's a 9.
Wait a minute.
So you poke him a couple of times, and no, he. But when you say that, he just hesitates for just a second. He's like, perhaps not.
When his clawed finger goes into him, he looks satisfied and nods to the others and says, "Oh, think nothing of it, good sir. Merely in jest. I appreciate your help."
You said this guy basically has perfect looks, right?
Yes.
Can I roll an Arcana check on this guy?
On his hot.
I want to see. No, I want to see if he's a dragon in disguise.
Give me a wisdom check.
Wisdom check. All right. I'm not
I don't
proficient in
think
wisdom,
This
which is
guy
kind of
seems
sad.
like he's on the up and up. I don't know.
Ooh.
He's like a good egg.
No, looks.
Wait, would I have advantage on that
No.
because it's dragon related? Oh, okay.
You would not, because it's not dragon related.
Sad.
He's really a troll.
But yeah, so I would just I'd like to talk to you in private about it, but other than that, then that's something you won't have to worry about.
When he says in private, he narrows his eyes a little bit, but doesn't think too deeply on it. Well, I'll be sure to call on you as soon as we have all other affairs settled. Glances to the others because he doesn't know what other affairs there are, if any.
Oh, I got no affairs. None ever.
I feel like Kyla just wouldn't trust him, not because Yuri had to roll a will save, but I just get this feeling that he's not really like on our side. I don't know. It's just a weird feeling. I don't think
It's fine. And don't worry about metagaming with the rolls or anything like that. If you want to say your character doesn't trust this guy for whatever reason, that's fine. He's been nice and polite and talked you guys up, but he might be too good to be true, so that's a totally viable thing.
And just because you failed the save doesn't mean your character believes him. It just means you can't see anything out of the ordinary at this time, right?
Oh yeah, that's also true.
I think Kobus is completely oblivious and just kind of nods in approval, like,
And Ugg is just shoveling mouthfuls of food into his face. He's not even.
Karen.
Karen and Ugg are in an eating contest right now.
Yeah, is there a way we can arbitrate that?
she can have advantage on a Constitution save, and
Generous.
well, you're a halfling, so
we do like the food.
It's true.
Oh, I would 100% help Ugg with that. I would start spoon feeding him while he's shoveling it in his found.
I like that Karen's thought was, we're heroes now. We can have anything we want, and what she wants is 2 meals at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
what's funny is he rolled a 1 and got a 4. You rolled whatever and got a 5. So, yeah.
Oh my god.
Ugg goes a little too fast. And
Hold it in your cheeks, Ugg, like a chipmunk.
yeah, he's eating and he's eating and he's eating, and it's just like more rich food than he's used to. Like there's a little more sugar and things like that, and that's just not something that he consumes. And you see this look get on his face like, uh-oh. And he stands up and then just briskly walks out of the room, and Karen Bramblefoot is the victor.
Yes.
Oh, and so Yuri is leaning on the table, just like leaning hunched over the table, watching them both eat. Then when Ugg concedes, he takes Karen's arm and lifts her off her feet into the air to hold her up as the winner.
Just in the air.
Yeah, he's
So
holding
put
her
it back down. I'm not done.
Well eaten, well eaten.
Puts her back down.
Thank you, though.
Well played.
And after the brief bout of jovial eating contest the governor offers, is there anything I can do for you? Do you need anything before you leave?
Is there any dessert?
They've brought out whatever it is, that anything that you ask for, they try to do their best to.
Thank you. Oh, took half the meal.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, so out of character, the group's plan is to go to try to find this camp. I think, did Karen have some sort of specific information about where it was located? Like, do we know where it is right now, or are we gonna have to still find it?
I think she knew about one in the area was what we landed on, so that's probably the one that we need to go to.
Okay.
Yeah, she has she's been an infiltrator for a little bit, so she heard the call, like they were starting to gather their forces and make a base of operations southeast of Greenest.
Okay. Well, is there anything else that we need to do in town, or any errands anybody needed, any items?
Could we get some purple robes? You got any nice purple robes around? I know that's specific, but
I think I see where you're going with that, Miss Allie, and that might be a dangerous gambit. You're welcome
it
to
definitely could be.
The wearers of purple are really high-ranking members of the cult. So if you were trying to do that, then you'd have to have some really Hossin rolls to get by that. If you wanted to disguise
it's more the last resort, right? Like they'll have them in their bags, and then if they need to walk out of somewhere very briskly.
Okay.
Surprise inspection.
Where's your OSHA standard poster?
No, that's if you want to use it for that, like a get out of encounter free card, then you might be able to do that. But if there was another wearer of purple, there would be no roll. They would just instantly know that you're an intruder. But the lower rankings might not. They'd be able to buy it with a roll. But if you wanted robes or mercenary gear or anything like that, there were some people that died and were not retrieved, and there were also the prisoners that you guys captured. So they'd be able to provide you with something like that.
We're gonna need to get somebody to like trim down the robes, so when Karen's wearing them, they won't be like, she won't constantly be tripping over it.
Don't worry, I got it handled. Pulls out some big scissors.
Yuri actually steps up and says, "Well, if I had a bit more time, that might be something I could help you with. I'm quite a hand with a needle and thread."
Really?
Well, I have some experience, yes.
Ugg looks
Did you make
skeptical.
No, I didn't make this. No, that's a bit beyond my abilities. I can, fix holes and scratches, take some blood stains out, that sort of thing.
But your hands are so big.
I know, it's very difficult.
Good for you, dang.
Maybe good for you if you need it. He has proficiency with Weaver's tools. That's all I got.
I have a question. Did we decide on Kyla having proficiency with drawing tools and we just didn't add it? Or
Let me look at your character sheet real quick.
because we didn't. I'm looking at my character sheet now and we didn't add it, so I wasn't sure if we decided that was a yes or a no.
Well, did you pick a pre-made background or did you put your own together?
I picked Sage.
Okay. Yeah, from any background, you can get 2 skill proficiencies, and then 2 proficiencies either in a language, a tool, or an instrument, I think is the third thing.
Yeah, let's look what Sage gives you. Let's see if we can trade some stuff out.
Let's see.
2 languages of your choice and skill proficiencies, Arcana and History. So if you want to take out a language or Arcana or History, then, or any skill really, then you can be proficient in drawing tools.
I see. Okay.
Or you can just be bad at drawing and still try.
Picking up a skill proficiency is something that you can do with downtime, but right now you just won't be any good at it.
I didn't know you could do that. That's really cool.
It's like an optional rule you can use.
Neat.
It's cool, yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of the things you can do with downtime activities. It takes a long time, but if that's something you're interested in, then that's something we can do.
I know 5 languages, and I don't think I'm gonna be needing like most of them. So the 3 I'm debating on getting rid of are Elvish, Goblin, and Sylvan. I'm thinking about probably keeping Sylvan.
Sylvan's cool. Elvish? Either one. I mean, how likely are we to run into goblinoids? I really don't know. I don't know about this part of the world.
Go ahead and drop Goblin.
This nest of green.
Yeah, actually drop Goblin or Elvish. I don't think either one of those is going to come up very often in the campaign.
You could maybe use Elvish if we run into elves, like townspeople or anything, but goblins we likely won't see strolling around.
Yeah, and Hoard of the Dragon Queen, the loby little monsters are typically kobolds.
That makes sense.
I really enjoy your kobold portrayals. They always make me happy.
Yeah, change it to drawing tools if that's alright.
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. Thank you.
So Yuri just needs to find these kobolds that saw him do amazing things and escaped, and hire them on as his henchmen.
Ooh.
Or his heralds. He can send them to places to talk about how great he is.
And then get shot on sight.
Yeah, that's true. That's not a very good idea, but it's one that Yuri would have with 8 intelligence.
Why doesn't everyone do this?
And they everywhere would be afraid of him because kobolds would come telling them about a dragon that's going to show up, especially with this half dragon stopping around.
That was one thing I wanted to talk about. And this was one of the first 5th edition modules, and Dragonborn wasn't officially a race yet, and then it became a race kind of after when they were publishing the adventure. So there's a little bit of weird overlap there. So I just wanted to educate the party on things. Half dragons are a ritual that involves killing an unborn dragon, like using the dragon egg, and it turns like a normal race into a half dragon of that race.
Gotcha.
And
That's so mean.
Yes, they're not nice people. And the Dragonborn are a race of people, and there are typically they hang out in small clusters or clutches of their own like race color. So there's probably a green dragon camp up north in the Deadmere Swamp or whatever the heck it was called. I forget, for Kovis, and I don't know where Yuri's tribe is.
I'm not sure.
But
he was taken from them and put into the pits, so I don't think he has any knowledge of that either at this point.
Did he grow up in the pits?
Not
was
forever.
Was he born there?
I think he was probably like a teenager at the time. No, he wasn't born there.
Did he look like Hercules when he's younger?
Yeah, maybe. Could have been a scrawny thing. Okay. Did we get a name for the half-dragon? I can't remember if Yuri asked. I don't know if he cared enough to ask.
I have it somewhere. Let me pull it up.
The only one I had written down was Lennithon, but that was the actual dragon.
I know. I remember the dragon, the half dragon's name.
there you go. It's Langdadrosa Cyanrath.
Wow.
That's so cool.
That's really cool. Thank you. He's going to remember that.
I think Karen gathers the group close and is like, so if we're going to go and, poke our noses into this camp, we got this other half-dragon. She's a black half-dragon. Her name is Resmir, and she's formidable.
Yeah,
from what I've heard.
She's in charge of the whole southern region of the cult's activities, and she's more powerful than Langdadrosa Cyanrath.
Oh, jeez.
We maybe don't want to get into a fist fight with her.
A black? Yeah. Did you say a black half dragon?
I did.
Well, that means there's a black dragon around here somewhere, most likely, unless they took an egg from up north.
I think when you say more formidable than Langdadrosa Cyanrath, Yuri deflates a little bit, his one head frill drooping just a tad as he looks a bit warier.
Aw, poor Yuri.
So just keep your head on a swivel, but she probably won't show up today, but it's good to know about.
Have to be careful.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my PDF of...
Oh, I think she wants to fill them in on the little hand signals that she learned. Like, Hail Tiamat in all her glory. And you spread your fingers real wide. All 5 of them, if you got 5 fingers. I don't know about Dragonborn. They might have less.
I feel like Yuri probably only has 4 fingers.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 fingers 3. In a thumb.
Yeah.
You'll do your best.
Yeah, curl them out a little bit, like it's a claw.
Yes, I know how to make a claw.
I have claws. I'm your lair. You can't do it wrong, or they'll know.
Well, I can't do it wrong because I'm a dragonborn. They have to respect that this is correct.
Maybe they're the ones that are wrong.
Yes, exactly.
And then may her plans remain hidden until the time is right. Fist, with palm facing inward.
So push away first, and then you make a fist.
Well, they're different past phrases. Maybe not in conjunction. You'll feel it out.
It was like a secret handshake where you did a few things.
Kinda.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll teach you about the dance next.
Yeah, so if you're wanting to see if someone knows if they're in the know and they're in the cult, then yeah, the first one will do the dragon claw thing and say Hail Tiamat in all her glory, and then the second one holds their fist up, palm forward, and says may her plans remain hidden until the time is right, or whatever the thing is. That's what the passphrase is right this second.
They're such dastardly hand motions, like a sinister clenching of your fist.
Yeah. Very dastardly.
I just tried to do a magical removing of the thumb on one of my hands.
What the heck? I don't have my stupid PDF on this computer. How is that possible? All right. Give me just a second to talk amongst yourselves. Is there anything you want to do before getting on the road?
Karen is fed and watered and ready to go.
So we've got presumably traveling provisions. Do we know about how far we're supposed to be? Like, how long is it going to take us to get to where Karen thinks it is?
Probably 1 to 2 days.
Okay, so it's not like...
Without horses.
Oh, a short jaunt. Let's see here.
Yeah, it's funny how in D&D walking for 8 to 10 hours is a short jaunt. Where in real life, I would have trouble the next day moving.
Oh, certainly.
Moving? What's that?
My feet are achy right now because I just started wearing my moccasins to keep my feet warm.
Oh.
And I haven't been wearing shoes for like 8 to 9 months. So my feet are all cramped like, oh, no.
Don't come by me.
Very heroic, Doug.
I also, a quick out-of-game aside, I like how Sue sits down on your lap despite me being the one who fed her pizza.
Well, she already got what she needed.
She got what she
wanted. You're tapped out. You don't have anything left.
Oh, but I do.
Meanwhile, I still have pizza over here.
You still have pizza, never mind.
Yeah, think like a cat.
Alright, got my stuff. Do.
Ooh.
Sorry, I was looking for one specific thing and I didn't have it bookmarked. There it is. He just wanted to share some information with from the prisoners. He says the kobolds were worthless. Anything we asked them, they just agreed with. Couldn't get anything useful out of them. But the mercenaries, they didn't have any loyalty to the cult. And they said that they've been raiding communities for loot, and Greenest was like the first big target that they hit. And they've heard rumors about dragon eggs in the camp. And the cultists, they weren't able to get anything out of them. But that's the general gist of what they were able to get.
Nice. Well, I don't think I have anything else that I need to do.
We could ask for some horses.
If you want horses, you can take them, but it might be like a one-way thing.
Fair.
Like
walk.
Like
halflings are great at walking.
She says, climbing up onto someone's shoulders.
Yep. I'm a lookout. I can get higher than any of you.
Cool. Well, if that's it, you have a few disguises. One robe of purple. And...
I wanted to go see the bard before we left.
Oh, yes. So,
Alright, so wearing what disguises, just so I know what my job is.
Were you asking me something? I'm not going to decide what disguises you guys are wearing.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, we had one...
Oh, what disguises do you have? I gotcha.
Yeah.
You have one robe of purple, and then you can have either cultist outfits. There was one guy that had a mask that had these like frills and tentacles coming off of the mask, and Karen knows that guy was Dragon Claw rank. What else? Or if you want to go in as mercenaries, then that would also be possible. The 2 Dragonborn are definitely going to stick out. So you might want to go with, hey, these are new guys that Karen found or something like that.
Sounds good to me.
But those are the different disguises that you have available.
All right. Okay, so somebody could wear the purple robes, and then everybody else could be like bodyguards of that person, I guess. Like the.
Well, if there's a purple robe person there, they're gonna know we're not purple robe folk, and that'd be bad. So maybe we save it until later. If we see there are no purple robes, then we can get into one. If we need to cheese it.
Yeah, the purple robes will be good for like a one-time short-term use. You wouldn't want to go walking in the camp in purple robes because everyone would be deferring to you, and eventually they would take you to the purple robes, and then the jig would just be up immediately, and you'd be surrounded by hundreds of people.
Bad. Bet we could set some stuff on fire, though.
Take a few out with you on your way down.
Yeah.
So,
His name was Barham. Was it Swift something? Swiftblade?
Swiftblade?
the Magnificent. He has a very long bardy name. That's kind of a stage name.
I'll call him.
It's in the, if you go to the useful links doc, where is that?
I see. It's under the sheets.
I think I can show 2 players, and then if you click on session NPCs, you can see a...
Gotcha. Barham Swiftblade the Magnificent.
And he's wearing purple robes too.
He is in purple.
Give me your robes.
Sounds suspicious.
More
to
like
me.
Dragonsrosa had purple armor, it looks like.
At least they have good taste.
It's true. Alright. So yes, I go to call on Barham in the tavern before we leave.
Yeah, so he takes you into like a little side room that doesn't have anybody in it, and he says, "Well, here's the thing. This is not my true appearance." And he reaches up behind his head and pulls off this. It was a pin, but then as soon as he takes it off, it turns into this kind of gray patchwork hat. And each there's like an underlying of gray fabric, and then just all these different quilted, multicolored patches that are just affixed to it in just weird and random places. And as soon as he takes that, he is he turns into the picture that's one down from that. And I'll go ahead and read his description to you from there.
This guy in the red outfit?
Yeah. He's shaggy, he's unkempt, he has dull hair and pudgy cheeks. He has a crooked beak-like nose. It's obviously broken. It was obviously broken once upon a time. And he has a grizzled beard. Just a very, very different look than the handsome man that was standing before you just moments ago. And he says, this here's a hat of disguise, and I would loan it to you, but on one condition. I should like to come with you. I do not plan to participate. If things go south, you are on your own. I just want to keep an eye on my hat, keep an eye on you, and record your deeds for posterity. What say you, Uri?
He's certainly surprised when he pulls off this hat and turns into a different person. His eyes widen, but he doesn't back up. He's not afraid. This guy's much smaller than he is.
Oh yeah.
That is all you ask, to follow after us and record our deeds.
If you could give me a share of your payment, I wouldn't turn that down, but that's what I want.
Is there a reason you wanted to speak with me directly and not in front of the group?
I didn't want this secret out. I don't care if the rest of your friends know, but I just didn't want this to be a known thing throughout the keep.
I see. And is your name actually Barham Swiftblade, the Magnificent?
That's my stage name, so you can call me William.
I'll call you whatever you'd like me to call you. I didn't know if this disguise was a different man entirely.
William will do.
William. Very well. Oh, well, William, I have no qualms about you joining us. It sounds like this hat could be quite useful in the circumstance, and I would enjoy it very much if you were to record our deeds. It seems best for all parties, really.
Yes, so just to repeat, I'm not going to help out in combat. Not going to pull your ass out of the fire. If things go sideways, I'm out.
No, well, how could you assist me in combat when you're busy describing what I'm doing? That doesn't make any sense.
He smiles and nods. True. I didn't even think about that.
Well, then perhaps put that hat back on for the time being, and we'll meet up with the others and explain the situation and be on our way.
All right. He puts it back in place, and with a just wave of this like shimmering magic just goes over him, and you see Barham standing right before you.
Yuri pats a fist on his chest and says, I pledge that I will give you the most noteworthy deeds I can. I'll send you happy with a story to tell for all the ages.
I expect nothing less.
Stands up a little straighter, goes back to join the group, and when appropriate, he'll relay all the information so that they can know who he is, and maybe let him keep the hat on while they're traveling, just to until it's appropriate for Yuri to disguise.
Right.
Does Karen happen to know if there's any rank higher than purple, or is purple like the highest?
So the wearers of purple are the highest, and Rezmir is like, they're like the generals of the Cult of the Dragon, and Rezmir is one of them. There are other people that also wear purple, but there's like 5 official generals of the cult, one for each color of the dragon, and Rezmir is the one for black.
Ooh, spooky.
So they're all purple robed, and the color is possibly linked to the color of Dragonborn they are?
Yeah, the half dragon, yeah.
Okay. Half dragon, right.
Yeah, it's dumb. I will be pedantic about that.
No, I appreciate the distinction. I'm fine with it.
Word. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else in town, then you guys head out. Does any have anything else for Barham before we switch scenes?
Not I.
No.
All right.
Yuri produces his shawm, plays on the road.
Barham would.
What is it, Sham? What is that?
So like a flute instrument.
Huh.
I'll send you a link. Don't worry.
Yeah, and Barham would join in definitely.
Oh, it's listed on my sheet as a shawm, but it's actually a dudic.
You and that Dudic.
I need to play a character that can play the dudic, okay? Last time we didn't, it fell flat, so.
Okay, Let's see. Allie, I think you know what you need to get Doug for Christmas. Some Dudic lessons.
Perhaps the finest Dudic. See how much a Dudic is.
There's one instructor in Maine.
Right?
Thank God for Zoom calls.
Okay. Well, shortly after you're outside town, actually, probably what happens is he doesn't want to be associated with you, his stage personality associated with you. So he sends you outside of town, and then Barham links back up with you as William, and he says, "Let's be off." And you start playing your Dudic, and he joins in with his lute. I think everybody has a musical instrument to play, so
Could be a traveling band. It's the perfect cover.
so
Aaron plays one of those one-man band suits.
God.
Terrible, does not fit.
Just pulls it out of her pocket.
That's why she really wants a bag of holding to put it away. So she doesn't have to wear it 24/7.
So to keep things lean and mean, I'll probably we'll probably keep Ia just out of combat and stuff like that. Ugg can be there and other things, but not going to worry about William.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Unless you like, no, let's kick Ugg out for now and keep Ia, but I think that's what we'll do for now. So yeah, you start heading out. You pick up the trail almost immediately. It's so simple, like you could do it blind. Oops, just closed my notes. There's a wide swath of grass that's trampled down, and there's so many footprints that getting an exact number is impossible. But you do see a mix of races and kobolds and a few separate tracks of those ambush drakes that you encountered, those little dragon dog type things. And there are also tracks from wagons and beasts of burden that both came into town and then left, and the tracks going out are much deeper on the way back, and you have no trouble whatsoever following the path. Switching back over to that. Where was I? So yeah, you're traveling southeast, and about half a day's worth of walking later, the terrain goes from rolling hills and light woods to a craggier section of this big green area. And where did it go? God dang it. Okay, whatever. I can't find it, so I'll just ad-lib it. So yeah, the trail kind of gives way to this more rocky, craggy area, and in the distance you can see like a small plume of smoke. Looks like it might be a cooking fire of some sort.
Can we smell anything like meat cooking or just?
It's a little too far away to do that, but you could move forward and get some more information. As you move closer, then yeah, you definitely do smell the cooking of meat.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what it is, but it smells great.
Shall we go pay a visit and see if we can maybe bum a little bit of their food?
Is this it? Or have we found the camp?
No, this is almost definitely not the camp. This is probably around the halfway point. Oops.
We can certainly check in on them, but we should expect trouble.
Probably expecting some trouble, yeah.
But not cause any.
No. I have never caused trouble in my life.
Do you all think we should go ahead and disguise ourselves?
Yeah, how are you dressed? Are you dressed as cultists? Are you dressed as yourself?
I think they're in the mercenary gear for most of them, but Karen's wearing her little backup, like, lower tier robes.
Maybe one person could sneak ahead and look at them from the shadows, and we don't all just go in at once.
I am naturally stealthy.
Yeah, there's definitely enough high rocky outcroppings and stuff to sneak up on this and get more information. I was just kind of holding off for this kiddo to get back.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
There
Welcome
she
back.
is. Perfect timing. So yeah, you start approaching carefully. Ooh, one thing I wanted to tell you about the mercenaries. Hold on a second.
Oh, can we see that there's mercenaries, sir?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Dadgummit, they're not. I don't have my notes on that. I had 2 separate mercenary companies, and I'll tell you that here in a second when there's a break and I could do some searching. But yeah, you start sneaking up, and it looks like a small group of cultists have set up in this little bowl. Go ahead and switch over to that. Oops. So yeah, you guys are over here on the dadgummit. You guys are over here on like the east and cover. They're in this little depression-like bowl where they can't be seen from anywhere but like the lip of the hill. And there's a few kobolds that are just kind of pacing around, watching the cooking going on, and you see several different game hens that are being cooked on an open fire. The humans are just kind of staring at the meme, and that's what you see right this second.
I can go and talk to them if you want.
If you're going to talk to them, we should be on standby in case things go badly.
Oh, what will go badly? I've got my robe on.
Never overestimate their intelligence.
So are you dressed as like a low rank brown Gennaro cultist, a blue cultist, or a black cultist?
She's a brown tier cultist.
Brown belt, if you will.
Well, brown belt's actually pretty good.
Not in the cultist rank, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, right about the time you're coming over, they see you, and it looks like their weapons are all. It doesn't look like they're expecting trouble. Their weapons are over here, just propped up against the wall, and the kobolds are just kind of pacing back and forth, waiting for their food. And the black robed cultist that's kind of tending the fire looks up and sees you. And he sees that you're brown robes, and he looks at you kind of. He doesn't recognize you, so he's just kind of not 100% trusting, but not super suspicious either. And he picks up one of the game hens, one of the sticks that's holding it, and then he punts it with this sickening thunk over the kobolds' heads and sends them scattering. Chase it down, you filthy worms. And so they do. They yell curses and draconic back at him.
Oof. Kyla would know these words, and she's just like, "Oof, woo."
Serious business.
Karen opens up conversation on her end with a hail Tiamat in all her glory. And she does a little hand flex with the...
And the obsidian cultist kind of rolls his eyes and holds a clenched fist towards his chest. Yeah, and her plans remain hidden.
Yeah.
And he looks at you. What are you doing out here?
I got separated during the Greenest attack. I was kind of making my way back. Got held up. How y'all doing?
We're doing fine, if not for these stupid kobolds that follow our every move.
You seem to be doing a good job with them.
He smiles, and you see that he's missing one of his teeth in the bottom right. It's like, yeah. So, you heading to the camp?
Yeah, that was the plan. Don't really have anywhere else to be, you know? Waiting for more orders.
Well, we don't have enough food to share with you. Clearly they do. So, so why don't you head up there, and then we'll just talk to you later, I guess.
I mean, I guess. Sure. Bye, guys. She walks away. Wait, I think Karen would have asked if there was anything the group wanted her to ask before.
Sure.
Maybe just ask what news since I've been away. Have there been any late updates?
Mm-hmm.
I think she would ask this, yes.
Ask if Resmir is at the camp.
Mm.
Or if she's like traveling around or something.
Y'all haven't seen Resmir, have you? That lady scares me.
The black cultist kind of stands up taller. It's like, she should be scary. She's anyone that can command the presence of Langdodrosa, and he looks over at the Cobalt cultist, is someone that should be respected. And you're getting like a vibe of a little bit of infighting since the Black Dragon's half dragon is the one in charge right now. But yeah, she should be at the camp now or in the next day or two, I would imagine.
Have you guys seen her fight though? Whew.
Yes, I've seen her turn a man into just a viscous pile of slime with her breath.
Just a man jelly. It's disgusting, but impressive.
That it is.
What are you guys up to? Just holding the line?
And one of them,
making sure these people don't get out of it?
One of the blue robe cultists said, yeah, well, she wasn't at the Greenest fight, was she? Put down that adventurer without even breaking a sweat, he did.
Ooh, you get in a fight?
Yeah, he, didn't you see it? There was this, brass dragonborn. He spits on the ground. And he didn't even break a sweat taking out that guy. And that was the best Greenest had to offer.
Cool. Poor Greenest.
Are they within like earshot of this?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Yuri shifts angrily in silence, almost makes a motion to start walking in, but then
Yeah,
manages to stop himself.
I'll kind of grab your arm a little bit and just kind of hand wave like easy boy.
In the darkness, he's motioning to Cobus, just like gesturing at them, like, "But I want to."
So,
it's like, but they're lying. It wasn't easy.
So how does Yuri look in the hat of disguise?
That's a good question. So the intent of the hat of disguise is to make him look completely different, but they've kind of established that going in as a Dragonborn would probably not be the best idea, right?
It's you've already got one Dragonborn in the party, so 2 isn't crazy. But you probably wouldn't want to be a metallic Dragonborn. So
yeah,
if you're wanting to use your breath weapon, then maybe red might be good.
Can he look like specific people, or just something he comes up with in his head?
If he's seen it, then he can definitely have a better chance of looking like the person. But if you were just like trying to describe, like, here's what Rezmir looks like, and now you can look like Rezmir.
Oh no, I'm talking about Cyan Wrath.
Yeah, you could look like Cyan Wrath.
I don't know if Yuri would, based on principle. Even if
I mean,
it's a bad idea. Maybe, yeah, I think he would probably just make himself look like. What do you guys think? What makes most sense here?
I like the red dragon idea.
Let's go with red. We haven't seen any around here, so we don't know how plausible it is, but that sounds good. Just a very generic red dragonborn.
But handsome. And heroic.
So handsome.
I think he'll make himself look purposefully uglier so that by comparison he looks better, right?
Nice. All right, so Cobus kind of restrains Uri from going out and teaching these unarmed cultists a lesson. Meanwhile, the kobolds are devouring the hen and fighting each other a little bit and slapping at each other's hands and growling. Arr!
I think I'll whisper to Yuri, like, let's just give it time. Let's see what Karen can do. I have an idea if things don't pan out.
Oh yes, you can do the toad thing and then eat it.
Brilliant!
Perfect last time. It worked so well.
Eat them both. So yeah, what were you after that brief little exchange, Karen? You feel the scene behind you. You're like, no, Uri's like, and you just wait just a half beat. But then Uri doesn't come pounding over the hilltop, so you're like, okay.
Just like turn to look at the empty forest for just 5 seconds before turning back to them, just to make sure.
So what were your other questions you had?
What are they doing? Just hanging out? Are they just holding the area? Are they on their way somewhere?
Yeah, we're heading back to the camp too, and but they keep eyeing the kobolds, and you just get the feeling that they're not telling you something.
Just wrangling all these kobolds back onto camp, huh?
Something
It's
like
a lot
that.
of kobolds to be this far out. Is there something I can help with?
He looks at you up and down. Nah, I don't think so. Maybe if we had more, but
More what?
just a little more manpower.
Do I not have enough raw power to sate your needs? He makes like a bicep that basically inverts.
One of the cobalt cultists spits out what he was drinking. It's like, sorry, small fry. Just don't see you able to help us with our current problem.
Oh, well, that's fine. Me and my band of mercenaries I picked up to help the cause. I'm sure you don't need our assistance, and I'll just be on my way back to camp where there won't be any mercenaries for you to use anymore. Bye, guys.
Hold on. They say mercenaries, and they kind of share a glance with each other.
Yeah, they want to be initiates, so I was taking them on back to camp. But
the guy that's been talking to you walks up and leans down real low so he can talk in your ear. You think they'd be okay with killing these little rats over here?
oh yeah, one of their favorite things to do is killing stuff. She says it a normal volume.
He's like, shh. It doesn't look like the kobolds have noticed. They have their food.
I slept them in the trees is not to spook, you know. She jerks a thumb over to the kobolds.
Yeah, you might be going places.
Why do you want them, you know, off? It's troops, it's manpower.
That's not for you to concern yourself with, now is it? You just you just do what you're told, and go back and get your friends, and circle around behind them to the south, and we'll take these guys out.
I'm looking to see what spells I have.
Charm person is always a good one.
Okay, I do have charm person, yeah.
If you were to cast a spell right here on one person, the other three might know that you're casting a spell and go, whoa.
I have subtle spell, but I'm not out there.
I mean, smashing a bunch of kobolds, and then if they're not expecting us to smash them afterwards.
Ooh, okay. Could I... This might be a long shot, but I think it would be pretty neat. If I could, which is it, Prestidigitation or Thaumaturgy that allows me to make big noise?
Both of them can. I think Thaumaturgy is more like preaching fire and brimstone type stuff, and
Like booming boy. Boom, boom, bang.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Well, then I'd like to use Thaumaturgy to make a very close by, like, big dragon roar to distract the people and have them look elsewhere while I cast Charm Person on this man.
Okay.
If they don't run away first, oh my god.
All right.
Well, we're part of the cult. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay, so yeah, you do that, and everybody looks up. Everybody stops what they're doing. The party also hears this big booming dragon, kind of like in this general area, probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
bloody hell, there's a dragon over there. We gotta get out of here, guys.
We have to get it now.
Everybody run!
We can't leave it.
No.
All right.
I was looking around to try to find out what kind of dragon it is.
Okay, and you're going to cast Charm Person on this cultist.
Yes.
And if that fails, then stuff might be happening. All right.
I think Yuri is like in the process of possibly running in here after hearing a dragon roar.
I mean, they know you're here now, so it wouldn't alarm the cultists.
Right. Where is the group on this in this area? Like, are we over here? Okay.
Yeah, let's put people out over in this general area.
Can you help me change my name on this permanently so it stays as Yuri?
Yeah.
Like every time I change it, it doesn't save it permanently because it has to be tagged on the.
Sure. So it's the way you want it now?
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right, go ahead and close your character sheet for me.
Done.
Okay, bio and info. Let's see, settings. How the heck do I change the... Oh, that's
So
right.
If you click, yeah.
Edit. Remove. Yes, delete. Use the selected token. Save changes. Bam.
Thanks, sir.
Let's delete you and test it. Oh, looks like he did. Cool.
Yep. Cool. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Who else do we have in there? We also have William, but I'm not going to put him on the board just yet. We have Ugg.
Karen needs to place herself.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. I'm
Here,
sorry.
I got you.
How do I do that?
You click and drag your character name onto the sheet, but I already put you on here.
Oh, thank you.
So now you can. Well, I mean, you're
I'm
out
up
here
here.
somewhere.
Right, I'm here. Next to the fire.
All right, let me heal. Everybody heal up just in case things go sideways.
Things won't go sideways.
I know. It's...
No way.
You're right. They'll go upside down.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've been talking to the cultists for a little bit, and then boom, you do the thaumaturgy thing, and then you cast Charm Person on the cultist. What's my saving throw?
So for Karen, if she's a warlock, is it my charisma or?
It should be on like the last page. Your spells. If you look up at the top right, I think it says what your spell DC is.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It's 13.
Okay. So cultists have Dark Devotion, which means they have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened.
Well, seems fair.
Ruh-roh.
So we'll see what happens.
Oh no, you got this, Karen.
Uh-oh, Scoob, Karen's about to get captured.
No.
Normally, he would have failed it, but instead,
He was a turd.
he succeeds. And if you want to spend a luck point, I'll re-roll this, but...
Yes, I would love to.
All right.
Yeah! Garrett!
Everybody looks up. People draw their weapons. You charm him, and he looks down at you and smiles.
She smiles too.
But
that was crazy. Do you hear that?
But the other three cultists move away to grab their weapons that are over here, so they'll be doing that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know why they're so ruffled. You joined something called a dragon cult. You'd think you'd hear more dragons around, right?
He nods and agrees. It's like, but one of the cultists says, "Not every dragon's part of the cult."
I did not know that. She would know that, but she's trying to cover.
But yeah, he's charmed, so he's one of your best friends.
Yes. What's your name, pal?
His name is... His name is Remy. Remy the cultist. And I have a cultist
Remy.
generator.
I would have liked this guy anyway. So, Remy, what do you guys, like, what's really going on, though? You can level with me. She smiles real sweet.
And he nods. He's like, well, we're kind of tired of all this cultist stuff. So we have a bunch of loot. We were trying to just ditch these kobolds and go away.
Really? Just defected?
I mean, we attacked Greenest. What more is there? We were here for the cash. We got what we needed, so time to retire, right? Get in, get out. Cults aren't someplace you want to be for very long.
What's your dream, Remy? What are you going to do with all that cash?
Help me come up with stuff. What is Remy's dream? What's he want to do?
So you want to be a chef?
Sure.
So they're I guess mercenaries, not technically bandits, but mercenaries that are behaving like bandits because they're working for a cult.
They are cultists, and they've been around enough to where they got promoted into an actual rank, but they're just not 100% convinced this is the smartest course of action. So they were having second thoughts, and they want out of the cult.
So they got the job, and the job was like, listen, when you work here, we're a family.
Yeah.
And we expect you to put in unpaid overtime.
They're like, nope. I think she grabs his little robe lapels and is like, Remy, just get out of here. Go live your dream. Open up a restaurant and save a booth for me. Go. We'll take care of these. Go.
Even though you're friends with him, he's also friends with these other people. So
don't they all want to open the same thug restaurant?
No, they're probably going to go their separate ways.
Yeah.
That guy's my saucier, and that's my waiter.
We've got this all planned out.
My sous chef.
We also serve as a barbershop quartet. You know?
Oh my gosh. These guys are great. We should keep them around.
I'm not forcing this joke upon them.
I am oblivious to this joke if Remy is a chef somewhere that so if the Remy chef thing is a joke, I don't get it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's from Ratatouille. Remy is the rat.
Gotcha.
Thank you for indulging me unknowingly.
You're fine. So yeah, this guy does not abandon his friends just yet, but he looks like maybe he could. But yeah, he's like, no. But the kobolds all look up. They all hide behind trees and are looking up. One of the cultists says, "Does anyone see it?"
I don't, but I only have one eye. I think she walks over to these guys real quick at a quick pace and says, listen, you guys need to find cover. Get out of here. I'll take care of these guys for you. I'll see you back at camp. Or whatever. Get gone.
They look over to the cobalt cultist that has been kind of calling the shots. And he nods. He walks over and gets his weapons, and they each take the plates of food they were carrying and move off. One of the kobolds says, "Hey, where'd you go?"
Oh, don't worry. I'm taking you back to camp now.
Those filthy pink worm things, useful only for meat, they have loot. They have the loot. We need to bring the loot back.
Oh, I know. They're gathering it up.
Yeah, he's like they already have it in their backpacks and stuff, and they're already walking on.
It's like, no, they have it.
What do you mean? I think she's making frantic hand gestures for her group to come and start attacking these fuckers.
All right, firebolt time. Hooray.
Yeah, this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you guys want to fight this combat, you can, but it's going to be real quick. The kobolds do not seem to be an appropriate challenge. So yeah,
that's fine. We can fast forward if that's the best thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you're fighting these kobolds, you sneak around behind them and just you completely obliterate them.
Poor kobolds.
And it looks like the cultists were heading off north, warily eyeing the skies, looking for the dragon.
We're just going to let them go.
Yeah, they're not gonna rejoin. They just wanted some loot and getting out. I get it.
And now they're getting out, and you're letting them get away with people's possessions?
I mean, how would we return them to the people that they stole them from? It's not like they got a stamp on the bottom of each gold bar.
Well, it's the principle of the thing. You're just going to let them go. It's a signal that what they've done is okay.
They're just trying to follow their dreams, right? They're getting out of the cult. They're trying to be better people.
Are they?
Yeah, just let them go.
Did you find out any more information on what lies ahead?
You remember that big black half dragon I was telling y'all about? She's at camp. She's there.
Should we tag along with them and try and catch up and try and, act like we're part of their party?
Oh, they're not going back to camp. No way. They're getting gone.
Oh. And we're just letting them go, you say? They're opening up their
A
dream.
restaurant, at least one of them.
Okay.
I
Very
mean,
well.
isn't that kind of like you should give people a second chance if the thing they want to do is pretty harmless?
Yes, everyone wants to go to a restaurant where they season with blood and pain.
I think, isn't
He said,
pain
Patrick-
red?
That escalated very quickly.
Crosses his arms childishly.
I'm sure some people would be into that, Yuri.
Well, not me.
Not you, but someone.
You're an odd little person.
Well,
I'm not sure we should let them go, but if you think that they're no longer a threat to anyone, I guess, shall we proceed to the campsite? To the hideout?
listen, if you guys want to attack these people, we can do that. But I think maybe giving some people a second chance is a good thing.
Poor Karen and her backstory.
Clearly had plenty of time to learn their lesson. Fresh off the heist and all.
I'm willing to give them a second chance, I suppose.
There you go. See, Cobus, you got a good head on your shoulders. Where it should be.
I'll just half shape change to the toad head.
I go along with this because they're beneath our notice. Not because I condone their actions, or yours for letting them go.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
Yes, and they've just won. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
So we do have the location of their camp then, yes?
Yes.
All right, excellent.
Yeah, you can easily follow the tracks. There's just this huge swath of trampled down ground of hundreds of people moving in that direction. So you have no trouble figuring out where where this little wagon train of loot is going.
Did they by any chance tell you how many people were there?
No, but if big old leader's there, it's gotta be a big camp.
Yes.
Yeah, recently you've been you've heard through different channels that hey, it's time to return to the camp so that we can start organizing bigger raids.
Greenest is just the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So, the cultists left kind of in a hurry. Can I check around in the bushes and the rocks and stuff and see if they left anything behind by chance, like some money or something they dropped?
No, that kind of stuff would have probably been in their backpack.
Oh yeah.
So the plan is to continue on to the camp with these kobolds to help facilitate our camouflage? Or...
Oh,
no, I'm sorry. We
died.
destroyed the kobolds.
Yeah, we dispatched those guys.
My mistake.
If one of you has animate dead, maybe, but...
I was just thinking maybe the cultists, but if they're not going to go back to the camp, if they're cutting and run, then we'll go our own separate way.
I guess we continue moving towards the camp.
Yeah, the for weapons, just so you know, the obsidian cultists usually have this big two-handed scythe, and the cobalt cultists have those little charged electro rods.
Neat.
We still have some of those, don't we?
Yep,
do.
I think you have 2.
Nice.
Sounds right.
I know this is a pretty terrible idea, but they said that that Resmir was at the camp. I think it would be very interesting to talk to Resmir, because if she's a black half dragon, then they had to get the egg from somewhere. So maybe we could find out where a black dragon would be nearby.
Are you submitting this in character or out of character?
I'm gonna say out of character, just because.
I think attempting to talk to her would be a huge gamble, and maybe if we're already on our way out, but
Yeah.
Maybe
putting
we could
yourself close to somebody like that is very dangerous.
And let's say you get everything that you want and you find out where a black dragon is as a level 3 party. What will you do with that information?
Just good information to know. I mean,
we could tell the blue dragon.
yeah, like I'm saying, like if we ever come to a point later when we're like, hey, suddenly we need a black dragon for whatever reason, we could just go and knock on his door and be like, hey.
We could try to eavesdrop on her or listen to some of her conversations. And
Yeah, well, black dragons are generally evil and don't really care about the problems of some random adventuring party. So it would be a tough sell. He wouldn't just do it. Oh, you need a black dragon? Great.
And that's a me.
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, if
Black dragons, go.
black dragons thrive on death and decay, right?
Yes.
This is correct.
And they like to torture their... they're like the most psychotic of the dragons. They like to torture their prey and give them false hope. It's like, oh, you're going to make it away. You're going to make it away. Oh, I got you anyways.
Oh boy, that sounds like a bad time.
So
we
talking
should
to
not go find that dragon.
So,
Karen would be a toothpick.
bunch of dead kobolds. They didn't have much on them. Some garbage. They had some stuff that they were coming back with for the Dragon Hoard, but it's not like high quality goods. Mostly shiny stuff, like some silverware that's made of iron or wood. Nothing, no kind of precious metals, and but together you can have 1d6 gold pieces.
Wonderful.
All right, he must have won the poker game last night.
The gold lottery.
Are you guys listening to the watch together?
Yeah.
I might need to change it. There's a
It's like a whippoorwill or something.
it's not very. Let's try this one instead.
It's kind of fitting for the scene, though.
It is.
All right, so the cultists are moving off to the north. Looks like they might be heading... What cities were up that way? I think there's a road that goes from Greenest up to... Burdusk. Yeah, okay.
We're off to see the wizard.
Okay, so guess we're done here. We're moving on.
Yep.
Seems like it.
All right. So you continue walking, and this was about the halfway point, and you see where there were just the caravan kind of broke for lunch or something. There are lots of cooking fires, different spots where wagons were parked, and then they moved on. Looks like they didn't stop for very long, and just long enough to eat and get back out on the road or the trail. It's not really a road anymore. And you So you make it. The path continues on, and it narrows down into this little canyon. And you're thinking, this would probably be a good spot for an ambush. Why don't you go ahead and make a perception test? Whoever's out in front.
Well, Yuri would probably be in front if nobody else insisted, and he has no perception. So I can roll unless somebody else would likely be leading the party.
Can I argue that Karen would be on his shoulders?
I'm okay with it.
I only have a +1 to perception.
You're the only one who knows where we're going.
Yeah.
So
All
that
right.
would make sense to me.
Go ahead and roll, Karen.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
Oh
Booyah.
my!
yes.
you just missed it.
No,
I'm sorry, the DC was 21.
No!
you crest over a hill and you start going down this pathway, and you see how the road narrows, and there's like a high bank on each side that's about 10 to 15 feet tall with some scrub brush, and you think this sure would be a great spot for an ambush, and but you see it in time to not trigger it.
Nice.
And in the trees you can see some bloop. In the trees you can see a couple of cultists, and you see that this guy's kind of sitting on the edge and behind some bushes, waiting for people to come down this obvious trail.
Have they seen us?
They have
Like,
not, because of her excellent perception test. They have not seen you. Like, she sees it and she says, "Whoa, back up."
Should we be able to see his health bar?
Sure.
Okay.
Can you?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
That's
I just
something.
didn't know if it was.
That's something that like I wanted to do for the past few sessions, but it was all of the tokens everywhere are set to hide everything by default. But I want to just show everybody everything so that you can look at a guy and judge, hey, should I be arrogant or polite here?
I think Karen waves her hand to halt the party. Says, "There's a fella up in that tree. We could just walk down in, talk our way through, or we could just, She makes a vague stabbing motion.
Are they cultists?
But I believe so.
Yeah, you saw
Sure.
like some blue fabric up in here, and every once in a while you see a little movement and hear a cough or something.
Sure, he's not just trimming the tree.
I mean, I'm sure there's a chance, but
Better safe than sorry.
I trust your judgment.
Well, if we're springing the trap, I can simply jump up and knock him out of the tree.
my only worry is we don't know how many other people are around here, and if he makes a ruckus, it might,
Should we? You want to go off the road and sneak around?
certainly could.
I could go up there and see if they immediately attack me or just demand money. And if they do immediately attack me, then you guys can jump in.
I don't
We could,
think money is really what they care about so much.
But it comes down to this. Are we going to try to pass ourselves off as cultists, in which case maybe we'll stop and talk our way through, or are we just going to appear as ordinary travelers at their mercy, in which case we'll almost certainly fight.
I mean, less cultists are always... It's a good concept, right?
Yes.
But if we murder ourselves a slew of cultists on a direct path back to camp, that could be very worrying for us if we get found out, right?
We
Yes,
could.
find out.
We could feign like we are the poor innocent bystanders and try to see if we can't convince them to accidentally give up how many troops and such as at the camp.
Decisions.
If we tried to be innocent bystanders, they might just try to take us as slaves, which is as good as starting a fight, probably.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's no doubt would end in violence, but, if they feel like they have control and have nothing to worry about, then perhaps we could get them to get cocky and tell us more than they intended.
That could work.
I don't know. Whatever you think.
What does Kyla think?
I'm not sure, because if we immediately jump into combat, obviously, then we have no other options. We're not going to just stop in the middle of combat and be like, hey, ma'am, how's your day going? But then again, they might also get the jump on us if we start trying to talk to them instead, which probably wouldn't be a big deal. We would still murder them, but, Typically, I prefer trying to talk first, but I'm not sure how well that would work in this situation.
And then someone else also suggested just backing up and going around. That's also on the table. I'm not saying that to prompt you. That's what you should do. That's just another option.
They could have loot.
Someone decide something.
I say we talk to him first. We should go up there, not acting like cult people. I think we should just be normal travelers.
Yuri, Karen, how does that sound?
Oh, I'm always itching to smash more cultists. It seems like this will get us there anyway, so it sounds good to me.
Okay, the roads are...
And we're a traveling band, because we all have instruments.
Well, I don't want to break my duty.
Alright,
very hard to replace.
The road is much thinner than 40 feet across. It's only about... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay, that's not too bad. That's only about like 20 or 15 feet across. Never mind. That's about right. So... if you want to just walk up, go ahead and put your guys up here.
Do you want me to pull you out on there, Karen?
I should learn how to do this.
Just click and drag your name. There you go.
And
you're hiding in ambush.
Don't grab the 3 little horizontal lines to drag out. That won't, for whatever reason, that's like move it up and down in the journal list.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, if we're talking first, right? We're not trying to sneak attack them or anything, so I can start talking to them, and
sure.
Everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Yeah, cultists or no? Are we?
Yeah, are we dressed as cultists?
Because I am still in a robe.
What do you guys think?
I think if we're going up as cultists, Karen should do the talking, or if we're doing citizens, Kyla should do the talking. We've already masqueraded as cultists once, so if we assume this is going to end up in a fight, maybe we just go in as citizens anyway.
Yeah, let's do the citizens route.
And if Karen had pointed out where this guy is, then Yuri's going to try to have the presence of mind to pay attention without giving it away.
Sure. All right. So you guys make it up to about right here.
Yep. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna say if Kyla's probably gonna talk to this guy, pretending to be oblivious to the fact that there's probably 10 guys in the trees.
So you make it to about right here when the guard steps out from behind the
And can we all, as a group, just stare at the guy that's hiding in the tree?
We all do like overly excited. Oh, there's a guy there. Oh,
There's a guy.
My goodness.
Mercy me.
Thanks, babe.
like a scared person.
Yeah, he steps out from his expertly hidden hiding spot and shouts down below, "Halt!
Hello.
Who goes there?"
Why, hello there. My name is Kyla, and these are my friends. We're just passing through. Who are you?
Well, I'm afraid you've gone the wrong way. And he just waves his hand, and then rocks tumble down. Everybody make a reflex save. I think it's DC 12.
Dexterity?
Sorry. Urgh! One of these days I will call them the right names for 5th edition.
What? Not great for old Karen.
Oh,
I think Karen might be
Oh, no.
a rock patty.
Oh, no.
It was DC 11.
Ooh.
nice.
Let's see what happens. Everybody that made the save. Oh, lame as. So if you failed the save, you take 5 damage. If you succeeded the save, you take 2 damage. Unless you have like some class feature that means you take no damage on half a save.
Alrighty.
Well, I'm sorry it rolled so low for you.
What were they? Oh, were they D12s? Oh my gosh.
2d12, yeah, it's nasty.
Real
Coulda-
nasty.
Could have one-shotted Kyla or Cobus
Yep.
on a max damage roll.
All right. Heading to the GM layer so I can start. So I set up buttons, so you should be able to click your token and then click the initiative button in the top left that should appear.
Not bad. Oh, no.
Oh, dang it. I didn't select my token. I'm
You
so
fool.
sorry. I'm so sorry. That's all I had.
Sorry, what'd you roll?
Oh,
I was
that's
right
well.
with the rug.
Oh, man. This cultist's rolling bad.
Yeah.
Let's keep that going.
You're there. What'd you roll, Karen? I'm sorry.
Oh, a 12. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Easy peasy. Let us sort this descending. You can't see everything that's going on. These guys over here on the right. Go to this layer. What? Can I do that? There we go. Blam! So a couple of kobold cultists.
That other 15 is for Ugg.
Nice.
Or 3, I'm sorry. 3.
Oh, we got a 3? Okay.
Ugg got a 3.
Oh, so you didn't roll initiative till just then. Okay, let's sort that again then.
His stomach is still bothering him
Sorry.
from earlier.
You're fine.
He says moving a little slow.
You're fine. I was distracted, but the Cobalt cultists get to go first.
No.
Let's see. They will be throwing a few daggers down at you.
That's rude.
That's rude.
1. So we'll go for Kyla, who is talking. We'll go for.
But they're gonna miss, of course.
I'm just going to roll their scimitars as daggers and roll d4 plus 1. Okay, and then
Assuming you'll hit me, of course.
does 16 hit you? What the heck was that?
16, you said? You
yeah.
rolled a 12.
The first one I rolled was a 16. This one will be for Yuri, and then the next one will be for Karen.
Hold on. I'm confused. The first one you rolled was for dexterity.
That's
I'm
what
not-
I rolled. So does a 16 hit you?
Yeah, just barely.
Okay. Thank you.
My AC is 18.
You will take 2 damage, Kyla. So, missed Yuri and missed Karen. So yeah, they creep up over the lip of the hill and each toss daggers down at you. One of them
swats one out of the air with his shield.
Nice. One of them nicks Kyla on the way by, but she's not too put out by it. These little cliff faces are about 15 feet tall, but you can consider it difficult terrain if you have to climb it. Yuri, it's your turn.
Okay. So Yuri has the boots of striding and springing, which allow him to jump. Would he be able to jump to right here?
Easily.
Okay. That's what I figured. So Yuri's going to jump up here, and then he is going to use his dragon breath.
Oof.
Oh, can he get all 3 of those guys?
Oh,
Get right to here, yeah.
Wow.
Do it.
beautiful.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
But I won't!
Yuri!
Flaming Yuri.
Dang.
DC 12 for half damage. On
All right. So we got 2 cultists, right?
2 of these guys, yep.
Dex and Dex. Oh no.
Fail and save.
Okay, and then we had 1 guard. Okay. So the guard takes 5. And this cultist takes the full thing. He dead.
He dead.
Oh, wow.
Dad?
He dead.
And this one takes 5.
So the guard springs the trap and knocks the boulders down, and as the dust is settling, Yuri just leaps up onto the embankment and breathes a line of fire from the ground up. You just see this red-yellow laser go through the night and set a couple of tiny fires on the cliff. Beautiful.
Excellent. Yeah, the one cobalt or cultist just burst into flames, and he screams as he immolates and then falls down 15 feet.
Oh, that's pleasant.
A
What?
la Denethor.
Oh no.
Come on. Die.
Man, that's
There we
where he eats. It's very upsetting.
It's the little cherry tomato.
Why does he eat him like that?
He's disgusting.
Ugh.
Cobus, it's your turn.
All right. I am going to turn into a toad.
Yes.
I think that's a bonus action for you.
It is. Let's see. There we go.
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
So amazing.
See if I can.
Giant
God, I
toad.
love this
Gives
so
me
much.
so much joy.
1, 2, 3,
He's a
4.
good boy.
All right, I think I can fit in here. And I will take a bite at that little guy.
Go for it. Do you have access to this sheet?
I do.
Excellent.
Let's see here. Bite. Did that work?
It did.
All right.
Attack 10 is not good enough, though.
Do.
So you bite down at the cultist. Your tongue goes wide. He ducks down behind the tree. He seems a little bit freaked out that this giant toad just leapt from the ground. Like, this Dragonborn turned into a toad.
A different reptile.
It just jumped up. All right. Acolyte, where are you at? Okay, 1 second. Token layer. Let's see here.
We're hidden.
Oh no!
I love the GM layer. It's so much fun.
Who is that?
I think he's going to cast Bless.
Ooh.
For up to 1 minute, what do? Everybody gets to add a d4. What's the target? Up to 3 creatures of my choice. He's going to get himself because he likes himself. And then he's going to get the guard and this guy. So I'll put a little token on them. Let's see. Do we have like a clover or anything? We'll do this little hand thing.
That's good. I like that.
Alright. Whenever a target makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw. Excellent. So now these guys are good to go. And then he's going to, I guess, move back over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to help flank this giant toad. Not sure what to make of that. Karen, what would you like to do?
Karen would like to Eldritch Blast this person over yonder. Just try to get these long-range combatants out of the way.
Cool. I think because he's up high, he's got good cover. I forget what that does. Let me see.
Does that put me at disadvantage?
I don't know if it's disadvantage or if...
I think it usually gives you a small AC bonus.
Yeah, he's got 3/4 cover, so he's up at +5 bonus to AC.
Oh, damn, yeah.
Dang.
Well, let's hope this hits. Probably not.
No, the rock that he's hiding behind gets scorched by your Eldritch Blast. What's your Eldritch Blast look like again?
It's like a beautiful orange, golden, scorching comet. Just
Nice.
blast like liquid over it, over the boulder, loosing some pebbles, but damaging him none.
Excellent. More cultists.
And
Oh, look. More.
Overlay layer. Hold on a second. I'm just going to put all these guys.
Oh, no! There's a lot of them. They'd be on both sides of the road.
not I.
Alright. Anybody else hidden? Not that you guys know about. Okay.
Ominous.
Let me look at the guard. Does the guard have something? These guys should have ranged weapons. Here we go. They'll throw spears down at you. We'll just go 1 at Kyla, 1 at Karen, 1 at Ugg. Will
In order?
15 hit
My
you?
AC was 15.
All right.
Can
Take.
you stop saying 15 or above, please?
Sorry, Kyla.
Would be very nice of you, actually.
Tell you what, we'll tell you a fun story that'll make you feel better at the end of this session.
So much better.
All right. So one for her, 1 for Karen. Does a 12 hit you?
Nay.
And I'm sure that will not hit Ugg.
Ugg is at a 15.
I'm only 1 less than Egg. Not bad.
Early boy.
Nice. Yeah, these black robe cultists jump up out of the bushes and each launch a spear down at each of you. 2 of them stick into the robe, but 1 of them sticks into Kyla.
Ow!
Kyla, it is your turn.
I think Kyla's pretty mad at the people over here for not being very nice to her. Let me see. That's 10 feet. Perfect. Okay. So she's going to move over here. She's just going to climb up here real quick.
Hold on 1
And-
second. Let me just
Yeah.
see something.
She's right here, I think.
Yeah. Where's my stupid ruler? There we go. So 15, and then to climb up that 15-foot hill is 30 feet of movement. So it'll take you twice as much movement. So that'd be a double move consuming your action.
Oh, that's pretty boring.
If you want to. Otherwise, you can come down here and be ready to climb next round and still do an action.
Let me see. That's 25 feet, and then that's not gonna happen. I'm just gonna sling a firebolt at them. 10.
Nope, that's gonna miss, I'm afraid.
Oh no. I'm out of spicy breath.
Would you
Well,
like to
you only
do
have
anything
one.
else?
Nope.
All right. You don't want to move up so that you can... Right now,
Sure.
like, these guys all have improved cover. And if you move there, then you'll get some cover from some of them.
Okay.
All right. Ugg. What would Ugg like to do?
Rage. Ugg can always rage.
Always, so long as it's 2 times between short rests.
Really, a short rest gets it back.
I don't remember if it's short rest or not. I'd have to double check.
So maybe he should go over this way. 1, 2. So you could go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's one movement. Is he able to? Would he end here, or is this going around?
He could. So hold on a second. He can move up to here. That'd be fine for a double move.
Gotcha. Well, if he's still moving and he's not attacking, then I don't want to have him rage because it would just end.
That's fair. He's ready to rage. Next round.
And this is where you get to.
One more up if you want. Okay. And this acolyte, he is also going to cast Bless and move up. Not move up, move over. So I will give these guys little Bless icon. Bam. So yeah, he mutters some dark prayers to the Queen of Dragons and asks for her guidance to bless their efforts. Sorry, I was doing 2 things at once, and my description kind of petered out there. The guard, he will engage this red dragonborn. It's going to use 2 hands.
Oh, yep.
Surely. Whoa, my goodness. Yeah, that'll do it.
No.
Yeah. You leap up and breathe fire down, and he ducks down to avoid some of the fire and pulls back and just rams you through with the spear. It pierces your gut. You take 9 damage.
A grave wound.
Yikes.
How much HP do you have?
I have 36, so
Oh, whew.
I'm okay. 'Tis but a flesh wound.
Yeah.
Or a scale wound.
Another cobalt cultist will move up. Oh, wait, no. He's got a huge giant toad right next to him. Ah! So you are no longer wearing metal armor or anything like that, so this little shock rod will not be at advantage, but he's got a friend, so it will be at advantage. Ha ha ha. Attacking the giant toad.
At least it's not double advantage.
Where did it go? Will an 18 hit you?
Yes, it will.
So damage is 8.
8, all right.
Sparks arc across the metallic protrusions on this strange-looking rod.
So he is at 31.
And what's interesting is, like, when you shapeshift back, then that hit point damage doesn't come with you, right?
Right. It only carries over if it kills the frog.
Yeah, any kind of bleed over.
Yeah.
So cool.
So yeah, he pulls back his hand, and your tongue lashed out at him, and he ducks down and then jabs this sparking stun rod, and electricity flashes over your wet scaly hide. And the other Cobalt cultist will toss a spear down at Miss Karen.
That sounds right.
Will a 16 hit you?
Absolutely.
2 damage.
Woo!
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, and he'll move up a little bit, standing over his smoking friend. Yuri, show us your awesomeness.
I will. Okay, so this turn, Yuri would like to attack this guard who's just skewered him with the spear. Because I really want this attack to hit, I'm going to use my inspiration.
Ooh.
And I'm going to just make a melee attack against him. Strike. Yes!
That's like some good polarity on that.
Really.
Inspiration.
My.
Lackluster hit, but it'll do it. Okay.
Is
so
that doubled because it's...
he got a crit.
Whew.
Yeah. So what happens is the guard comes in and skewers him with the spear, and Yuri does the classic grabs the haft and pulls him in closer so he's within range.
Ooh.
And then he grabs the guy by both shoulders and headbutts him, and there's a nice meaty crack as he loses consciousness, and then Yuri takes his shield arm and smashes down on the haft of the spear to break it in half. And then pull it back out and throw it on the ground.
So awesome. So awesome.
If you want to take an extra d6 damage for that, you can have inspiration back.
Yeah, why not?
All right, I'll roll it.
Go for it.
Oof.
Such is the price of greatness.
It is.
But it was really cool.
And he takes a couple of steps back after you headbutt him, and just plummets off this little embankment,
Nice.
landing in a pile of broken bones.
And Yuri will move in behind this other guy to
Ooh,
make another flank here.
good
And
tactical.
then
Yuri
probably
is-
open himself up for flanking too.
Yuri is scary.
Yuri's cool.
Yeah, he is.
And
Yuri's
scary too.
Both compliments, which I appreciate.
Cobus, the giant toad.
Chomp chomp on that dude.
I feel bad for him.
That's okay. Don't.
Oh, that was terrible.
What was your?
You have advantage. His armor class is 12. You hit.
Woohoo!
Yes.
So if you click the little attack, it should.
Let's see here.
And everybody can see these rolls now?
Yep, I can see.
Okay, so the bite is 6 piercing and 2 poison damage, and it's restrained. Okay, he's done. Oh, wait, no. He only took 8 damage. Wait, is he still alive? Did he survive more than one hit? This is awesome! It's a whole new world for me.
It's a great day.
Nice.
He gets another chance.
All right. So yeah, you bite down on him, and now he's restrained.
And I'll just kind of shift a little bit. I'm not going to move too far.
That's fine. Yeah, you bite down on his arm that doesn't have the shock baton, and you start like gobbling up to make a swallow attack next round, and he starts freaking the hell out. Acolyte. Yeah. Oh dear. Damn it, save us! Let's see what he's going to do. Da-da-da. He's going to... What does Sanctuary do?
Sanctuary.
I think you cast it on a target, and then anytime somebody wants to attack that target, they have to first make a will save, and if they fail, then they have to choose a different target.
Okay. He's got a bonus action, so yeah, he'll do that. He's down to 1 spell slot, and then he will happily smack this giant toad. Thunk! Oh no! Ooh, wait, plus a d4, because he's blessed.
Oh.
Come on, Tiamat, save me. Will a 13 hit you?
Yes.
Yes!
Well, guess what, Tiamat? Nobody asked you for your opinion.
Right?
Tiamat be praised, so take 2 more damage, sir.
Nobody likes you, Tiamat.
Yeah, Tiamat.
Not in our favor.
Oh, I forgot.
Gotta save us. We have to survive.
Very.
Karen, what would you like to do down there?
Karen would like to scooch over behind her friends here and cast Fairy Fire centered here.
Ooh, nice. What does Fairy Fire do? Give people advantage?
So each object in a 20-foot cube is outlined in blue, green, or violet light, your choice. Any character in the area when the spell is cast that is outlined in the light, if it fails a dex saving throw. So I guess they have to do a dex saving throw. But for the duration, any attack roll against an affected creature or object has advantage if the attacker can see it, and the affected creature can't benefit from being invisible.
Okay, so we will do 3 obsidian cultists. They're going dex, dex, dex. 1, 2. Failed. All right, and the acolyte.
I'm sorry to.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Blessed, don't they?
The first one had bless, so yeah, I'll do that and it'll probably be fine. Alright, so the first one, 1d4, I think that's going to get me at least a 13. Is 13 good enough?
13, I believe, is my spell save DC.
Okay. So he's fine, and the bottom one is also just barely fine. Oh, wait. Yeah, that would have been this guy. So this guy is lit up like a Christmas tree. It's a good... There we go. That looks like a good fairy fire icon. And this guy is lit up like a Christmas tree. Bam. All right. So what color is the light?
I mean, it feels like it would be appropriate if it was gold, though it was not one of those options.
Well, I'll put in a word with the DM and we'll see what happens. So yeah, the two of them are covered by a shimmering golden light. The golden light washes over these two as well, but you see these black tendrils kind of suck it into each of the cultists. Dadgummit. Swallowed something wrong.
Yeah.
Excuse me. All right. Would you like to do anything else, Karen?
No, I've cast and I've moved. Feeling good.
Okay, so this obsidian cultist sees this half-orc scrambling over the cliff and decides to say, hey, let's dance.
Why did he have to move?
I don't think a d4 there is going to make a difference. So, good old... Excuse me, 1 second. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Whew.
So, yeah, Ugg comes climbing up over the hill, and he swings his scythe right over his head, but Ugg just kind of tilts back and it's just out of reach. Kyla, Night Gem, what would you like to do?
Give me 1 second. I just want to check. Okay. I am going to... Alright, how far can I move once I'm up here?
If you move up there, then you will have spent your 30 feet of movement. If you have more than 30 feet of movement, then you can use it. But I think you're a human, so I think you have 30 feet.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. First, I'm going to cast Firebolt at this dude right here.
I think you'll be doing that at disadvantage since you're in melee combat with somebody. You could attack this guy for an even chance. Since you'd have advantage, but disadvantage from him. Oh, snap.
Nice.
5 fire damage. Also, I'm going to use one of my meta magic things. Basically, I can turn that into a bonus action just by spending 2 sorcery points. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to stab somebody.
Nice.
Well played.
This guy right here, of course. Not sure if that would be with advantage.
It's not with advantage yet.
But doesn't he have fairy fire?
Oh, it is. You're right. Nice. So yeah, that will hit.
Alright.
Nice, Kyla.
Thank you. And he's going to take 6 damage.
Woo.
Yeah.
So why don't you describe that out for me?
So I kind of imagine her just climbing up, and while she's stabbing somebody, she's also trying to hit somebody with fire. She just climbs up and she attacks the person next to her while she's chanting something so she can cast a spell at the same time.
Nice. And then she just kind of hooks her hand underneath her stabbing arm and shoots a firebolt to the right.
Exactly.
I really like this because Karen and Kyla are both in service of Lightbringer, and Fairy Fire has made them sheathed in that light, so it's kind of like, a beacon for both of them.
Beautiful.
Very cool.
Very cool. Ugh. Ugh is very impressed. What does he do?
He smash.
Yeah, Ugg Smash.
Ugg Smash.
Ugg Rage and Smash.
Oh my.
Ugg move here and Rage and Smash.
Oh, there you go. He's got super double secret advantage.
Somebody want to
Wow.
Oh, I can do it.
Sure. You want to grab him there?
I got the great axe.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's gonna do some damage.
Poor Kyla.
She's just wiping the blood off of her face.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't roll 2d12. Got 3 damage that time. So he does 3 plus that, so 6, 7, 8 damage total. So still enough to kill this poor cultist, but what's that look like, Kevin?
Oh gosh. As he's busy dealing with trying to fend off the dagger, he's probably facing Kylo there, and he just simply takes the axe and removes the head.
Nice.
Kyla's like, oh my god!
I poked him with the dagger and his head came off. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Lightbringer.
Ugg still has 5 more squares of movement if you want to. This is considered difficult terrain up here. The brush is kind of thick.
Okay. How far
1,
could he
2,
get
3,
towards
4.
me?
He could get here.
Okay. Well, let's put him there. Can threaten.
Dad, do you happen to know offhand what the name of the platinum dragon god is? It starts with a B, I think.
Bahamut.
Yeah, him.
Good
Thank
man,
you.
good man.
Classic.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to cast Sanctuary on himself. I forget what I did for that protection thing. Sure, that's fine. And then he's going to attack Ugg. He's not real happy about this. Where is the Acolyte? It does not crit and doesn't even hit. So he makes an attack roll. He swings his club down at Ugg, but Ugg... Oh, wait! Ugg's raging, so does he have... Did he do like the reckless attack where he has advantage or whatever?
He had advantage because he was flanking, so he did not reckless attack last time.
So I didn't crit Ugg, unfortunately. So yeah, he. I picture him just like thunking Ugg on the back of the head, and just Ugg not even paying attention. That's
just working his way through the brush still. Thinks it's another branch that swats him.
And the Acolyte goes, huh? And then he's going to move away. Ugg, you get an attack of opportunity, but first you have to make a will save. DC 11, I think? DC 12.
Nice.
Okay, you can definitely attack this guy.
All right.
Let him have it.
Oh my god.
Okay. This guy is not... Okay, he's fine.
Fairy fire. That's fairy fire though, right?
Mm-hmm. No, he's not fairy fired.
Oh, okay.
This guy does.
He's trying to move off and get the heck out of there.
I was like, darn thorn bushes.
Cobalt Cultist. He's slowly being devoured by this frog. He can't really move away, so I guess he's in it to win it now. Back, you bastard. And then 8's not going to do it. He's just freaking out, and he's like flailing ineffectually. As you're slowly but surely consuming him. Uri.
So I think if he moved away, he'd get an attack of opportunity, so he's probably just gonna make sure this guy gets finished off. Right here. So he will attack him. 9 bludgeoning.
Yeah, that's gonna do it.
Yeah, so he's trying to poke the giant toad as he's wrapped up in its tongue, and Yuri just brains him with the shield once. And turns his attention back towards this guy and will move to engage him.
Well, he got his last wish. He said, no, I don't want to be eaten by a toad. So he gets brained in the back by a shield-wielding dragonborn.
Yay!
Merciful.
Well, this fight is starting to go south. We can finish it up if you want to.
Sukish.
Let's get to the rest of the round at least. Cobus.
Okay. Chomp chomp. I'm going to turn around, have my eyes blink different times.
Blink, blink.
Individual of each other.
First, you have to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
You said it correctly.
I know, that's very careful. From your character sheet, not from your giant toad sheet.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, you have no trouble.
All right. And then I'm going to chomp on that die. Silly Acolyte.
Yeah, that'll do it. Click that attack.
Okay. There we go.
8 piercing plus 9. Jesus, this guy implodes. He's just super dead.
Can I make that non-lethal?
Technically, yes. But
it's up to you. Right? Okay. You don't have to if you don't want to.
You got another Acolyte over here if you want to save him. Yeah, that was 17 damage, which is almost enough to like completely kill him.
Melt him, yeah.
I just imagine this guy's being swallowed, and he's like, "Tia, protect me!"
And for just a second, he thinks he is going to be protected, but the 2 eyes blink, And then
I
he
just
just
let
attacks
out
him anyways.
And I just let out a huge belch after he's done with that.
I love the flavor of the eyes blinking independently.
That was nice. Would you like to move anywhere, Cobus?
Absolutely. Let me see if I can jump over to flank this other guy. 2, 3, 4. Close.
Yeah, you leap over there, crashing through the brush, and land behind this guy. He's not feeling great about his odds. Karen, what would you like to do?
Karen would like. She feels like the fellas on the right have things pretty much stitched up from all the gross sounds she's hearing. So I think she's got this guy still has the fairy fire on him, right?
No, he has Sanctuary and Bless. So he's actually looking pretty good to maybe get away.
Well, we can't have that. I think I'm gonna cast an Eldritch Blast at him.
Yeah, and that's your little cantrip, right?
It is my cantrip.
Cool. Yeah, you can move up to here so that you won't have that.
To like here?
Yeah, that's fine. So you don't have that horrible AC penalty.
Thank you for the reminder.
You do still have to roll the wisdom save, though.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
He has Sanctuary.
Yeah, Sanctuary, so you have to make a wisdom save.
Let's go back to that bit of my sheet here.
Nice.
Ooh.
Man, Tiamat does not care about this fight at all.
Matt just looking at them like, this is pretty entertaining. Just mad at her with popcorn.
We just have no sympathy for these people. We feel that, like, well, maybe I shouldn't. Nah.
Listen, these are contractors.
Those poor evildoer pawns.
You want to click your damage, Karen?
How does 15 do it?
Yeah.
Oh my. 7.
Oof, this guy is hurt.
Oh, you didn't take Agonizing Blast?
Oh wait, I did. Why did it not hook up on my sheet?
Mm-mm. I don't know if they have.
Oh, is this guy dead now?
Unless it's calculated into the force damage.
It's
No, I
not.
guess
So,
it's
should it be
not.
like +3 or something?
Yeah.
I'll add it to the spell.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh wow, I can see you editing it
Plus
in real
your
time.
charisma. There you go.
So I guess that would have been 10.
Well, that would be a dead cultist. You can make it non-lethal, though, if you want to talk to an acolyte.
No.
All right.
She's very irritated. She's been attacked. Rocks. It's insulting.
That's fair. Obsidian cultists, we still have a couple of those over here. One of them, he's going to try to hit Ugg with the scythe. Does not like this guy. Here we go. Come on, baby. Ah. And a D4 is not going to do it, but I like to roll it anyways. But yeah, he swings at Ugg, but there's too much brush and stuff for this big two-handed weapon to make any headway, and Ugg just easily blocks it with the haft of his great axe. Kyla, what would you like to do?
Well, typically, I would yell something along the lines of surrender now and we may spare your lives, but I really don't like these guys, so I'm just going to proceed to murder one of them.
Do it.
Nice.
Let's go with firebolts on the guy with fairy fire. Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Do it.
I feel like Karen has been a bad influence on Kylo.
Absolutely.
That is one other dead cultist.
Yay, nice.
These people also stabbed her with spears, so I wouldn't,
That's true.
And Ugg's raging like a madman, so he's going to...
Reckless attack?
Yeah, this guy did not make it away. Bloop. Yeah, I think Ugg would probably reckless attack at this point.
Yeah.
So, great axe. Whoosh. That's definitely going to hit. 6 damage. That's not enough to kill him, but I think this is a good spot to stop the combat. It's kind of obvious that things did not go the cultist way. You've taken a little bit of damage.
Can we, as the combat winds down and the groups are pulling back together, maybe this guy is being fed to the giant toad as they walk back?
Sure. I need
Doug, you're going to give me indigestion, man. Come on.
Gotta save room for later.
I need to take a quick break. I think this is a good stopping point for just a second. So everybody take 5, and I'll be right back.
All right.
Sounds good. Yeah,
Get a refill.
All right, we're back from our break. And the party just asked me if they could loot these things. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. There were some orders on the guard, and pretty much it's signed by Frulam Mundoth. I'll spell that out. Frulam Mundoth. And the gist of it is that the cult suspects that there was an adventuring party that was in Greenest, and their orders here were to attack any group of people that they didn't recognize. Like, don't even talk to them, just attack them.
That's fair.
And if they so yeah, that's what the orders were. As far as loot goes, they didn't have much on them. I'll say 46 gold and let's see, 2d 6 times 10 silver.
You want to try and snatch up one of the acolytes' robes?
Ooh, yes.
Ooh, yeah.
So yeah, and then each of them had the Cobalt cultists and the Obsidian cultists are usually equipped about the same. They have the scythe and the shock batons accordingly. And the guard had a spear and a shield, and
I think that spear was destroyed when Yuri destroyed it.
Yeah, I'll put the emphasis on the past tense there. Yeah, had a spear, and yeah. So as far as loot goes, that's about all that you can pick through their gear. You'd probably do this while.
Did you say so? The 13 is gold and the 80 is gold.
80 is silver.
80 is so okay. Thank you.
If there's nothing else, then we'll be marching on into the camp.
To the camp.
Oh my.
Sounds good.
Anything? Wait, was there anything else nearby? Like maybe a camp they had set up?
Yeah, it looks like they had probably a rest area that was a little bit more comfortable. So there's like some bedrolls and maybe a small tent.
So our net total group inventory money is 24 gold and 80 silver currently.
Nice.
Woo-woo.
And a quest to go do this, and then you'll get 500 smackers.
Oh, we're
Then
gonna
we retire.
rush with cash.
Well, I've got all the glory I need.
Cool. So, we are over on the Raider camp. As you start getting closer, you see different people coming and going. Every once in a while, you'll see a small hunting party coming back with a deer or some other animal that they've just killed, and they're bringing it back. But yeah, you see mercenaries coming and going. You see cultists coming and going, and it looks like security is just extremely lax. You hear celebration and cheering, and see a lot of people just drinking and having a good time further into the camp. As you make your way towards the entrance, there's a group of 4 kobolds that looks like one of them might be half awake, but the other 3 are just sleeping, that are standing in this little guard tower. But they're supposed to be watching the people who are coming and going, but it doesn't look like they're doing a great job of it. Down south, you see dozens of smaller tents, and just in this general area, you're seeing that's where the kobolds have set up. Above them on the cliff face, you see Lennithon, the blue dragon, that's lazing about in the sun, and the kobolds are down below them, occasionally cheering stuff in Draconic up at him, but he seems to be paying them no mind.
Does Lennithon notice us as we walk by the camp? Or?
Nope, it looks like he's sleeping.
So we're all dressed in our cultist attire at this point, right?
I assume so.
I would think so.
Our general goal is to just try to walk in like we belong here, maybe lean on Karen to have any kind of direct knowledge of interaction if we need to, find out where the egg is, and then get the info that they were asking for.
Sounds like something Karen could do.
Perhaps we could bring somebody in, like, as a prisoner. That way we would have a reason for being here, maybe? I'm saying Karen could act like maybe Kyla or somebody had been captured as somebody who was trying to stop the cult. And she doesn't really need weapons, so she wouldn't have to have any on her. She does nothing but cast spells, pretty much. Just an idea. I've done that plenty of times before.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Yeah. I think the only concern would be if you get separated from everybody and there's too many of them around you, or they found us or anything.
Well, Karen can be invisible to cut bonds if need be.
That's true. I think it could be fun.
Heist.
I'm cool with that, yeah.
Let's give it a go.
So
One thing I think would be interesting about that is, like, if we encountered one of the higher ranking people, we could just say, oh yeah, we're taking her to the prison. If you encounter somebody low ranked asking you what you're doing, you could just say, oh yeah, we're taking them to the higher ranks to see what they want us to do with her.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we could just walk over to the place where the egg is.
Make sure we keep a spare robe for you so we can stick you in one if they get out of sight.
Yeah, sounds good.
all right, so somebody is being the prisoner. Who's the prisoner?
Kyla, I'm guessing. That's.
Okay. It sounds like Kyle.
I don't really want to throw anybody else into that position. So.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think we need Karen to be the guide, so she's out.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you're walking into camp. You talk about your plans and what you're going to do when people might challenge you or whatever. But yeah, after you get like up to this point, one guy that has this boar that's been painted on his armor. He's just obviously drunk, he just walks up to you and says, "Hey!" And he hugs the first one that he sees. Maybe Ugg, and Ugg's like trying to get away from his foul breath. And he's like, You guys should go to the mess tent. Welcome!
You heard him, boys. To the mess tent.
Kick Greenest ass!
Yeah, we did.
And you hear like cheers. Woo. And yeah, there's just like general merriment and excitement, and everybody's happy with what happened.
Try to match that energy level while not drawing too much attention to ourselves.
Sure.
If he's still hanging around, can I go, before we get the drinks, where do we put this one? And I'll shake Kyla a little bit. Yeah.
Kyla's making an effort to look extra grumpy.
It's
Understandable.
like, he squints down at her, looks, "Oh, you want to take the prisoner?" And he starts turning, and he keeps turning. And then he's like turning back around. You want to take the prisoners? They're down that way. And he points like way deep in the back of the camp.
Excellent. Keep drinking, boy.
Aye, sir. He raises up his glass and walks off.
His empty glass.
Staggers off, I should say.
Yuri just sort of mutters angrily to the others. So boastful, they've no deeds to hang their hats on. Sacking a helpless town.
I mean, that is the deed around here.
Could just burn the whole camp down.
Well, hold your
There are
horses.
prisoners in there.
We still
I notice there's a tent up on a cliff here. That looks very special.
Let me zoom out and then you can ping it. Up here, you said? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's another watchtower. You can't make out who's in there or what's over that way, but there's just another watchtower that's just kind of watching the camp in general.
Okay.
So yeah, when you make it in here, like the cliffs rise up. It's not sheer, so it's not like you could easily climb that unless you were in a hurry. Then it might take some athletics checks to get up, or stealth checks to be quiet. But yeah, it's not. You wouldn't want to bring an attacking force that way or anything. But yeah, you can definitely scrabble up the sides if you need to for whatever reason. But yeah, you realize like once you start moving further into the camp that nobody really notices you. They don't challenge you, and so they don't care if you have a prisoner or not.
Oh, I sort of feel like we overthought this plan.
I mean, it's a cult. They're gonna get rowdy.
Didn't expect everybody to be drunk.
Should we just...
Why?
They don't seem to take their evil plans quite as seriously.
Kyla, do you just want to move about freely?
It's morale.
I don't know if it's moral.
Well,
It's more Al.
Where's Al?
Sound good?
more ale.
There you go, you found it.
Yeah.
So we'll move deeper into the camp to, I guess, find out where we're supposed to deposit Kyla. While we're going this way, can they get a general sense of like how well populated the camp is to try to gather the information they're looking for?
Yeah. Start doing the numbers on how many people are here.
Keep an eye out for leadership.
Yeah.
I said in chat.
There it is. That's why I couldn't find my notes on Google Drive. I put them in the game itself so I could find them. So yeah, the just from like the entrance and the first little bit, you see just quite a few kobolds. You're estimating probably in the 1 to 200 range.
Oof.
And they're just making it just an absolute mess of their camp. They don't have poop trenches or anything like that, so it's just kind of foul, and none of the other races are hanging out with them. They're just at the bottom of the cliff face here, and just making a general mess of everything that's around them. Every once in a while, a small little skirmish breaks out, but nothing serious. Up here in this general area are two distinct sets of mercenaries. On one of them, their armor is painted black, and they have this white, or they have this black talon that's painted on their standards. And in the other camp, there is a their banners have a grizzled razorback boar, and sometimes it's on a red or a silver field, a red or a silver flag, and their uniform is just general dark blue with gold buttons and a stiff collar. And you know both of those are as the Black Talons and the Blue Boar Mercenary. Black Talons. And each one of those is about 50 to 100 strong each. So overwhelming numbers if stuff goes sideways.
Yeah. Is there like a, as far as each of the mercenary groups, are we familiar with what their attitude is? Is it more blood and guts, or are they more professional as far as mercenaries go? Do they have a code of conduct?
Do you have let me look at your character sheet real quick. Any character sheet will do. History, maybe? Or I'm trying to think of something that might tell you some.
What is their reputation among the world?
Could I use the help action to give him advantage on the history roll because I am proficient in history, and because I got that proficiency by having Yuri read about other warriors and fighters and mercenary groups and stuff?
How about you roll at advantage? Kobus starts asking about it, and then you roll. And I'm going to start a clock here. Cover is blown, and we'll say if you succeed at this check, then everything's fine. You get the information. If you fail, you can get the information.
Thank God he had advantage.
I rolled 18 with my advantage.
But it might cost you one of these wedges. And since you guys killed the rear guard, that's going to come back a little bit. So we're going to fill in one. And this is cover blown. Where is my chat? What's a good color? A good contrasting color here.
Yellow?
Yellow.
Red, maybe?
Yeah, red.
We'll try red. Yeah, that'll probably work. Cover blown. This is the... What the heck? And it went all small.
I know.
Oh well. So cover blown, it's 1 out of 6. Right now. Ah.
We got this easy peasy. Everybody's drunk.
That's right.
All right. So you were asking about the mercenaries. Yeah, you've definitely read about these guys before. Dang it. There we go. So the Blue Boar, they are a group of veteran mercenaries. They're high class. They don't have any particular brutal reputation, but they will take any job if the coin is right. So, but so long as you pay their prices, then they tend to get the job done. They're well equipped and very professional about things. The Black Talons are a little bit newer, but they have been making a name for themselves. Just kind of, they're not quite bandits. They're technically mercenaries, but yeah, they're definitely not on the nicer side of things.
Gotcha. I'll make sure I relay this information to everybody else and draw the distinctions.
And can we tell what each of those groups, are they living up? Are they having a good time with the party? Or are they just kind of... Okay.
Yeah, the mercenaries live and die by their sword, and they know that they're going to probably die by their sword. Cool. By someone else's sword eventually. So they are definitely living up. I'm sure there's a couple of sullen drunks and other things like that, but for the most part, they're celebrating and partying. And we're getting closer to evening time. The sun hasn't gone down yet, but the general camp mood is good and happy.
This cave over here is looking pretty sinister.
Yep,
but this tent over here is also really huge and surrounded by enemies.
Yeah, you looking up, like see this little dotted line here that crests?
Where?
Kind of in the middle of the camp, the dotted line?
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay, so the camp kind of slopes upwards towards that. So yeah, you can see these big tents and other things, and this one is the biggest tent of them all, and you would probably guess that that's the command tent.
I think Karen leans to her group in general and whispers, "Now, I'm not the best strategist in the world, but if there's a dragon that wants its egg back, where do you put the egg that the dragon can't get it?
Somewhere where it can't fit?
Too big, can't bring it down, it'll crush it."
That would make sense. How big are the cliff walls around here?
They look to be about 30 feet tall in places, 50 feet tall in others.
And how tall is the cave entrance here about?
It's much smaller. Looks like it'd be big enough for a wagon to get in.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like a dragon could fit in there.
Maybe. Hard to say from this distance.
So, group, I have a couple thoughts here. Part of me sort of wants to undercut what they have established already and start sowing seeds of discontent among the mercenaries and the kobolds. All three.
Sounds like a good idea.
Maybe that could help as a distraction to free the prisoners. But as far as the egg in the cave or wherever it might be, I don't know. What do you all suggest?
Well, for one thing, we're going to need a way to get the egg out of there safely. Like, without it being seen. And the egg is probably pretty big. I've never seen a dragon egg before, but I hear they're pretty big. And,
it's probably about as big as Karen.
Oh, no. That's
I think if a wagon could fit in there, we might be able to get it out as some kind of trading caravan situation, but I'm not sure.
I mean, if we just get it outside, that would be enough for, big old dragon up on the cliff to just swoop in and grab it.
Out of character, do we know that Karen can cast invisibility?
I don't think it's come up yet.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I have an out of character idea that my character doesn't know about.
Oh.
Sweet. But yeah, you guys are just kind of staring there and starting to gather a little bit of attention if you're just going to hang out here and point and talk and...
I assume we're walking while we're talking.
Yeah, I thought we'd been walking our way in the whole time, just trying to get deeper.
Yeah, we're just going in this general direction.
How about this? If I can sneak on in there, they won't see me. You guys go enjoy the festivities and be like, oh, I'm not. Yeah, well, we'll get this prisoner where she's go later. I can go check out, see if the egg's in there. And I'll come on back and let you know, and then we can proceed.
Maybe while Karen's doing that, we can do Krobus's idea.
Okay. Well, as
Start
you
talking to the mercenaries and the folk.
Listen, I don't want to split the party, but
we should totally split the party. All right. Well, before we split the party, you make it to about right here when something catches Kyla's eye. She sees this this long crate, and it's probably about 4 feet long. And there's this kobold standing behind him. He has an eye patch over one eye, and on the front of it is painted in very rough, common baby dragons, and it looks like there was it was originally 500, but then like the 2 zeros have been crossed out and 5 gold. And then behind him are these 3 taller crates, and each one of them has a different colored. You recognize them as pseudo dragons.
Ooh.
Oh my god! There's so many of them!
There's a black one, a blue one, and a reddish brown one. And the kobold's out barking, and it's like he's trying to convince some of the mercenaries.
Oh, you need baby dragon? Good luck, good luck. Great for battle.
Alright.
Breathe
So
fire.
Can Kyla go up there and see what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Kyla's like, hey, I hear you're selling some baby dragons. Interconic.
He squints at you with his one eye.
Yes, very, very wise. Use the language of the dragons.
Well, gotta say, it looks like you're trying to get these off your hands.
It's 5 gold each. 5 gold.
5 gold each? That's a little bit high. I can just take the trio off of your hands for, how about 7 gold for all 3?
He says, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Alright. Oh, can I luck that?
Oof.
Yeah, go ahead and luck it. If you want to, just make sure you spend your luck points.
I spent the point.
Okay. He says, I can't let these are fine specimens. They are going to grow up big and strong, and
Well,
I don't even know if you can take care of them.
Mr.
I can let
Kobold.
them all 3 go for 12 gold. And you see a mercenary that's like one of the Black Talons that's crossing his arms, standing kind of behind you, watching this play out. He's just shaking his head.
Well, Mr. Kobold, I know a thing or two about dragons, and, well, these creatures are actually called pseudo-dragons. They're basically dragons, but a lot tinier, so they wouldn't grow up to be as big as this dragon up here.
What?
I can assure you, it's still pretty cool, but I don't think 12 gold for all 3. Maybe 8 or 9 gold.
Well, 12 gold is the best he's going to do. He's like, no, they will be big and strong. And you know he's just flat out lying. Take it or leave it.
All right.
Go. All 3 of the pseudo-dragons are kind of looking at each other and watching you.
Yeah, I'd be willing to pay that 12 gold, but it's up to you guys because it's also the party's money. We don't have to pay for the pseudo dragons, but
Oh, we're gonna buy some dragons.
Oh yeah, let's absolutely use the party's runoff.
Yes,
please.
please.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'll mark that down right now, and I'll write it off as best purchase ever.
I mean, how many gold did we earn on the way here? We covered like half of the price.
Oh,
Exactly.
Well, we're paying 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just got 13 gold, 80 silver from the last
How
thing.
much is 80 silver in gold?
It's
8.
1 to 100, so...
Oh, okay, that's not
Isn't it?
bad.
That's 1 to 10.
Or is it 10? 1
Yeah.
to 10, sorry.
I knew you
I
meant.
was thinking World of Warcraft rules. It's my fault.
What do you say the colors were?
There's a blue one, a black one, and a reddish brown one.
They're so cute. I can imagine it so clearly. And it's beautiful.
I expect some lovely artwork.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
And the after you give the kobold the coins, he rubs his grubby little taloned hands together. He puts that away, and he says, "You three, you go with the nice lady now. You follow her. She's yours to take care of now." And yes. And the 3 dragons, they stand up, and it looks like they were each sitting on like a pile of copper and silver. And they look at each other, and then they all fly, and they each try to land on your shoulder. Let's see which one gets there.
I imagine Kyla's gonna speak to them in Draconic. She's gonna be like, "Hello, little dragons. I'm going to take very good care of all 3 of you. I promise."
Oh, they're so cute.
I love them.
Okay, let's see.
You got to
They're
think
like
up some names.
Cat-sized dragons. Who doesn't want a cat-sized dragon?
Yeah.
Man. Oh god.
That was Hagrid's fantasy.
They're so sweet.
I imagine she's
I love
holding.
them so much.
If one's on each of her shoulders, she's gonna hold out her hand for the other one to just land on her arm or something.
I need more shoulders.
Where is my list of dragons? Where the heck did it go? Ah, my notes! In the keep, traveling stragglers, pseudo-dragons, there we go. Looks like the red dragon was fastest. He lands on your shoulder, and you hold out your hands for the other 2. But he stands up the tallest and smirks. And you say you're going to take great care of them. And they each speak telepathically back to you. Oh, yes, take good care of us. Yeah, we're hungry. Let's go get food.
Of course. My name's Kyla, and these are my friends, Karen, Yuri, Kobus.
For a
Do
second,
you have names?
I thought you were naming the dragons for a second. Wow, that's a power move.
They and
I wonder how confusing that was.
No, and Scorch introduces himself. I'm Scorch, and I'm the best dragon here, so we can just toss these other 2, if you know what I'm saying. And then like the other one says, No, I'm Storm, and I'm Shadowwing, and we're the best. But we're all hungry, so let's go get some food.
Yes, let's go get some food.
Yeah, you see a mess tent that's set up over in this general direction. And you have 3 dragons. They're each kind of jockeying for permission or position to get to the shoulder spot. But the red dragon hisses or smacks at them if they get close. So
Now be nice to each other. You all can have a turn sitting on my shoulder.
Squirt says, "I have to share? I don't know about that." So you have these 3 dragons, and they're drawing a little bit of attention to you, but not enough to fill in a cover blown section just yet.
Oh, yeah, this is the greatest 3 dragons ever.
Is it safe to assume that the blue one is Storm, the black one is Shadowwing, and the reddish brown one is Scorch?
Yes.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Whoa! All of their names start with S. Nice.
So
Can I?
Yes.
Can I talk to the kobold dealer as they're walking away, and just speak to him in Draconic and say, "I'm surprised you were willing to sell to that mercenary. He was talking about how he was planning on stealing all the food and spoils that you guys took later tonight." And I'll just walk away.
Which mercenary were you talking to? Or which mercenary are you referring to?
There was like somebody standing there dealing with the kobold originally.
Yeah, he was kind of standing behind watching the scene play out with his arm crossed and just kind of giving you guys the stink eye.
Yeah, so just in strictly Draconic, I just want to tell the kobold that.
Go ahead and give me a deception test.
All right.
I thought you were referring to Kyla, and I was like, "Don't turn them on us."
No.
Let's see.
You're referring to Kyla as well.
Oh yeah.
Let's look at this kobold, see how wily he is.
We are rolling hot today.
You are. Love it. So he will try to do a insight, I guess, which would be wisdom at -2. So let's see what he thinks. So yeah, your goal is to just start planting the seeds of
Absolutely
of dissent. So I'm going to start a new clock of civil war here. Where's my stupid
Kobolds
paint?
versus mercenaries.
Yeah.
And then once we get the egg out, Lennithon will just scorch the whole place.
nice.
Maybe. Us
Okay.
included.
Kyla just became a mom.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
They are pretty cute though.
They are.
I like the names.
Can't wait to draw them.
Oh yeah.
God dang it.
I think we'll all be looking forward to that.
So
I can't draw, but I found a good reference picture for Kyla that I posted in D&D.
I say civil war, but it's basically going to be a fight that breaks out.
Right.
It's not going to be like implode this whole freaking camp.
Yeah.
I love that, Doug.
Where is the paint?
I do like that.
Aw.
Dadgummit. Stupid color. Stay the right color. All right. There we go. I miss... I'm going to have like a separate Roll20 account or Roll20 game just so I can use the wheels, or the clocks from Blades in the Dark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I mean, is there a way to script it in?
I'm sure there is. Maybe I'll do that over the break. All right. So you he looks at you with your one good eye and squints and says, "Yes, that one's not satisfied customer." He says, "Goodbye," and he moves back into his camp. He starts breaking down his stand, and a couple of kobolds come help him bring some of their stuff back.
Cool.
As you guys move away, you see a female blue cultist that's moving, like making a beeline directly for you.
Oh my.
I suppose we'll make a little sweet little hand gesture in greeting.
Yuri will fall into line behind Karen, but be poised to smash heads together when it comes to that.
Yes. Let me get her name real quick. Okay. All right, and she looks down at you and just does the hand gesture. Doesn't say the words. She closes the fist and puts it over her chest. But she's looking at Kyla actually.
Oh, spooky.
And she says, she looks around and says, I would have a word with you and your companions.
Oh, of course.
And then she looks up, and then she just makes a glance up at the dragon in this general direction. He's still sleeping on the side of the cliff.
I imagine we'll follow her.
Do we recognize the dragon as being the same blue dragon that was flying over the town, or is this a different dragon?
It's the same dragon.
Okay.
It's Lennithon. Hopefully you
He's
can
very
see
chill.
his name. Can you see the nameplate?
No.
No.
Oh, I hate you.
See, that's what I always have to ask with Rippers, because I always put the character name on the nameplate, and then I guess it never displays to you guys.
It rarely does.
Back like your age.
Fine. Everybody can edit it. Everybody control it. It's in everybody's journals. Save changes. Can you see it now?
Hey, there we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Same blue dragon.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, 225 hit points. Easy.
And this is the one that's asking us about the egg?
Yes. This is the one that you're agreed to do the mission for.
Okay.
But yeah, she leads you over to one side on the way to the mess tent. There's like this small little area where nobody's hanging out, and she says, "Lennithon has some specific instructions for you. He wasn't sure you'd be able to make it,
Oh.
but pretty much the camp should be moving out over the next few days, and he doesn't want you to attempt to get the egg until then. He knows that if you do, that you will likely get yourselves killed. And do not take my master's concern for your well-being as charitable. He merely wants you to succeed at your task. So, lay low, don't do anything stupid, and complete the task."
Well,
Of
Nick,
course.
would you recommend that we make our own little camp somewhere nearby, or do you recommend we stay here and just sleep in one of the tents?
She directs you to where you can request a tent and set one up. And there's over in the northeast section, there's a quartermaster that's busy doing a couple of different things. You see several different wagons that were jam-packed full, all being emptied out, and the treasure and the loot is getting packed up into these crated boxes. And one guy is sorting everything, and some stuff is just like, nope, toss it on the burn pile. Put it over there. We don't care about that. And you see some people that look pretty haggard that are in charge of doing the heavy lifting, and they're kind of shuffling their feet, just doing what they're told. Up in this northeast little alcove.
Nice.
But yeah, if you speak to the quartermaster, you should be able to get a tent.
Suppose we're staying here for several days.
Oh boy.
Should someone try to get back to the town, deliver that information?
I think it'd be more suspicious to not stay as a unit.
You're probably right.
We also may want to sign up for some kind of job like hunting. Otherwise, if somebody is observant and they see us just hanging around all day, they might be like, hey, what's your job? And then our cover is blown because we don't know what kind of jobs there are to do.
I mean, it's your basic cult stuff.
Yeah, right now it looks like everybody's job is pretty much, if they're not doing one of a few specific jobs, then everybody's just relaxing right now.
Seems like we can fit in and escape notice just by existing.
Even someone as daft as your lot should be able to lay low, not draw too much attention to yourselves.
What does the person look like that we're dealing with?
She has blue robes, and her dark hair is pulled back into a tight bun. She has a scar that goes along one side of her face, and mars an otherwise beautiful complexion. And she has introduced herself as Hilda.
Okay. Can we tell what race she is?
Yeah, she's human.
Him. So what else do we need to do? We need to...
That guy's probably, in the compound, right? That guy we were going Greenest to find.
We need to try and find out their plans.
Yeah, and the
Are you talking about this in front of the cultist?
No.
Okay, so going your separate ways, or is there anything else you need her for?
Maybe for her to just assure Lennithon that we're gonna get his egg back for him in no time.
Can we ask her who we should avoid in the camp, like who the people in the know might be, to try to get a hint about leadership?
Stay away from the command tent.
Can do.
Who's within the command tent?
Let's see. Yeah, I think she'd tell you. It's Resmir, Cyanrath, and what the heck's her name? It's Frula Mundoth. I hate that name.
Give her a different name.
I might, but here we go. Frula Mundoth.
I don't mind fantasy names, but there's a cadence, right? When you say it, if your mouth stumbles over it.
Yeah.
It's the type of name that somebody put on paper and was like, yeah, that sounds good, and never said it out loud.
Can I whisper to either Kyla or Karen?
Ooh, cool.
These are the leadership in the camp. You probably don't have this information yet, but you will easily be able to get it here before too long.
Resmir's cool.
Yeah. Frulam Mandoth.
Yeah, I'll try to act like a advisory consultant to our spokesperson and just kind of whisper, could you maybe ask for some return and help with the freeing of the prisoners?
Where are the prisoners at?
She says, the prisoners are not your concern. You have but one task here. Fine.
Tasks can coincide.
That's not part of the deal.
If we set loose some prisoners, they might get free, but they're going to cause a big old distraction.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. You do something like that, you're probably going to get caught.
Oh, I'm pretty sneaky.
Well, if something does go wrong, we won't be there to save you. And she's moving to walk away.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice.
As much as it pains me to say, maybe we should play this slow. We're in unfamiliar territory. There are literally hundreds of them around us. Even the people on the side of the right understand that we need to do things a little at a time.
Oh, I don't think that lady's on the right.
No, I meant the people back at the town.
Oh,
who told us
yeah.
that freeing the prisoners is secondary.
Well, we gotta get them out before the egg. Otherwise, this whole place is gonna go up.
It is a secondary objective, but it is definitely achievable.
So they mentioned everybody was going to be moving out at some point. If we could somehow divert the guards' attention and start moving prisoners away small chunks at a time when people are leaving, people may not notice as much.
Or load them all up into one big cart and then steal that cart.
Or they could all ride on the dragon. Half
I
of
do
them
not
would
think
fall
you
off.
would be into that, but
have we found where the prisoners are yet?
You've seen a couple of them doing jobs. Like you hear some work being done down here, but you can't see what it is behind the camp or behind the tents and stuff. There's definitely some that are up here doing heavy lifting and moving stuff back and forth, and you see a couple. But yeah, you don't.
So we're talking like dozens, maybe?
Maybe like 5 or 6 up here, and yeah, maybe somewhere between 20 and 30, you're guessing.
Ooh.
Okay. So I'll just throw this out there in a meta capacity. Yuri's boots let him jump triple his normal distance. His normal high jump, like straight up jump, would be like 6 feet, I think, 6 or 7 feet.
Wow.
So he can jump straight up about 18 feet or so.
so what you're saying is this guy could dunk.
He can definitely dunk. So I don't know if there are any points around the cliffs where he would be able to more easily like jump up and affix a rope and then climb people out, but that could be a possibility.
Yeah, if you want, you can, while you're looking around camp, you can try and find a spot like that. Go ahead and give me a perception test. And
Out of character. I don't know how well malnourished prisoners are going to be at climbing up a straight, sheer cliff face with a rope.
Yeah. This does not go well.
I thought you were talking about doing like the Yuri Elevator Express.
Oh, that's what I was talking about.
Oh.
But I don't know how feasible that would be.
All right, you have failed this perception test, so I'm going to give you a choice. If you'd like, you can find that spot, but you kind of get some attention of people like, hey, what the heck's that guy doing? He keeps looking around, like they're counting stuff, and something's up with that. It's not enough to cause a problem yet, but we're just going to fill in one of these sections over here.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot one aspect of this that I was intending to include is my new channel divinity is called Peerless Athlete, and I can make it so that for the next 10 minutes I have advantage on all athletics checks. I can carry, push, drag, and lift twice as much as normal, and the distance of my long and high jumps increases by 10 feet.
Nice.
So what that would affect, I don't know how the math would factor out, like if that's added to my normal distance, which is then tripled by my other item, or what.
I think it's cool to, like, if this is going to be part of the escape plan, to have Yuri just like handing him prisoners, and Uri just like leaping up and then leaping back down and leaping up and leaping back down, and you're just doing like a fire brigade of prisoners getting tossed up the cliff face. So I think that's super cool. So yes, definitely.
Okay, does that sound okay to everybody? Do we want to try something else?
That sounds amazing.
I love that. Yeah,
Great.
that sounds great.
Then I will take a point of suspicion to be able to find a place where it could even be a little bit higher then, given that I'll have that athlete thing going.
I would maybe add that we try to tell the prisoners to maybe just try to hide instead of just randomly running off in different directions.
Yeah. So, like if it gets to that point, then hopefully you'll be able to corral them, and they won't just be screaming. Ah!
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So most of the prisoners probably aren't malnourished. I mean, at most, they've probably walked for a day, so maybe some of them are hungry. But if they've done any kind of feeding, then probably be okay to walk back to town. All right. So yeah, you find a few different spots, and when we need it, we'll identify where that spot was.
Okay, sounds good to me. Thank you. I'm now looking at my carrying capacity to see how that'll be affected, but please don't wait for me.
You're fine. I wouldn't worry about the mechanics. The rule of cool overrides this, and you will definitely be able to heave everyone but the heaviest person up the cliff face.
Gotcha.
All right, so as you're moving further into the camp, you see like a mess tent that's been set up, and it looks like dinner time is just it's just like a rolling cafeteria. People are coming up, getting food, getting drink, and going back. But one person you see back in the kitchens is Opal, and she was the innkeeper's wife. It looks like she hasn't been super mistreated, but she is just she's cooking in the back and working on just various dishes that are slowly but surely getting fed out. Lots of stews and things like that.
I think we should probably try not to be noticed by her, just because she might suddenly seem happy or relieved, or she might be like, "Oh yay, our rescuers are here," and that would just completely give us away, even if she didn't mean to.
That's a pretty good
Yeah.
idea.
Good idea.
Let her sweat.
Screw that old lady. What'd she ever do for us? No.
Besides, cook us a nice meal and give us a roof over our head.
Well, that's all Karen wants, right?
Yeah, it is.
All right. What else is going on? It is 4:00, so this is a decent stopping point if you want, or I can go check with Miss Lori if she minds us playing a little bit longer. There's still plenty to do in the camp, but that's up to everyone. 4:00 is kind of our normal quitting time.
We don't have anything else going on, so if everybody else wants to, we can certainly keep going. Although, if anybody needs to go, that's perfectly fine too.
Yes. If anybody needs to go, we'll quit right here.
No, I'm good to go. I got plenty of time to spare here.
Cool. Keep playing.
As long as I have my dragons, I'm good.
Which one's your favorite so far?
I don't have a favorite. They're all equally wonderful.
Oh,
Karen has a favorite. It's the red one.
Scorch says she means me. And you move to start moving away from the mess tent, and the dragon's like, "No, go get food. Hey, we're hungry. No, go get stuff." And they start like sniping at you, just mentally, like, "Oh, you don't love us if you won't get us food."
No, I love you. Let's go. I'm gonna lead them to the mess tent. And I guess we're gonna get some food for them.
Okay. Let's see. I think this is going to cost you another cover blown wedge. Just moving into a public area with a whole bunch of small dragons flitting around.
Or somebody else could. I mean, just like somebody could go in and get food and then just come back out with food. And
if you like, I think I actually have some rations on here. Probably just,
Are they berries?
Yeah. They're probably berries, yeah. They're probably like mushrooms or,
The dragons like sniff at it. Ugh.
I want meat.
You eat that? What's wrong with you? How'd you get so big?
Oh, you're adorable.
He puffs up his chest.
No, not you, the blue one.
Oh. Looks crestfallen.
I think you're adorable.
Oh. So, they are hungry. They are playful. People are watching you as you feed these dragons. Eventually, you do catch Opal's eye. Like, she does see you, but she doesn't blow your cover or anything. But you see confusion, but hope. Hope that this is all going according to plan. Hope that you're not bad people. And yeah, she different people carry food out to you. You don't have to pay for anything. This is all free. And you see some of the barrels of cider that you helped rescue being served up as drinks to these cultists and mercenaries. But yeah, the dragons are having fun. Everybody's paying attention to them, so they're super happy. And every once in a while, they'll get into like a little bitty fight. Like if you've ever fed multiple animals at the same time, then until they get their pecking order established, then there's always just a little bit of scuffle.
Mm-hmm. Yuri will nudge Karen and just say, "They're voracious eaters just like you."
And so small, like me.
Yes, that as well. I wasn't going to say. You bring it up, then you're right.
Maybe Karen says that through a mouthful of food.
Pseudo-dragons are like the halflings of dragons.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, look at them. They're so sweet and cute.
And kobolds are like the halflings of Dragonborn.
I guess.
That's just science.
That's exactly.
Yeah, science. I could take it or leave it.
It's plain to see.
Listen, why do you want to learn about science when there's magic? I don't know.
Did I say I wanted to learn about science? I know science. I'm telling you what science is.
Oh.
Yes. How far your magic got you there, hmm?
I magicked a boot into my own mouth.
Doesn't sound like a very useful spell.
It's situational.
Yuri is interested to hear the story in which the spell became useful.
We've got the green light from Lori. Let's do this.
Yay!
Thank you, Ms. Lori.
Yeah, thank you, Lori.
Lori.
Message passed. All right, so yeah, you guys tank up on food. It's good. Opal's a good cook. She's kind of in charge of operations there. And you get your fill. The pseudo dragons. The one that was on her shoulder is now curled up around your neck, and it's got a belly full of hot food, and it's just lazing there and just slowly but surely starts drifting off to sleep.
Aww.
You can't really hold the other two, so which one do you want on your neck?
I'm sorry, you cut out what?
You can't really hold like you can't hold all three at the time unless like you have one in the crook of your arm and the other one in the crook of your arm, and it's just uncomfortable to do that. So which one do you want around your neck?
I think we can have the black one take a turn around my neck.
Okay. So you move the red one out, and what? And the black one smirks and just slowly but surely just stretches out and then curls around your neck. It starts doing this little chirping purr as it slowly drifts off to sleep. And the red dragon just looks. He just cannot comprehend what just happened. It doesn't make sense. He was the favorite, and now this. And betrayal.
Don't worry, Scorch. Everybody just needs to feel special, of course.
Yeah.
Are Scorch's emotions plain to see on its little dragon face?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, and you can also just get like a mental sense because he has this telepathic kind of aura that he uses to communicate.
Mm.
I think Karen pats her own shoulder like, I got some free real estate right over here.
He's like, it's the best he's gonna do. Yes. But yeah, he he climbs up, and the pseudo dragon's heavy on you, and he keeps eyeing the black little pseudo dragon out of the corner of his eye,
Making aggressive biscuits.
Wah, wah, wah.
kneading into your shoulder. So, you're done in the in that tent, and you said you wanted to go check out kind of the prisoner area where you suspect it is. Yeah, as you move up the path that goes deeper into the camp, you see a couple of things. Over here in this area, you see this large wooden stage. There's been a huge pit dug right about here. Let me draw that out. Can I change that to what? No. I'll just do freehand. So there's like this. Why did you change colors? I hate you. So like this huge pit that's been dug right here, and there's just lots of, looks like scraps of wood that have just been piled into this pit, and it's standing in front of this stage that's right here area 3, and on the stage is this man that's been tied to like a standing crucifix and a big X, and he's just slumped over. You don't recognize the person from way back here, but looks like an important prisoner of some sort. But looking down here, you see near the one down here, you see lots of prisoners that are slowly but surely building these massive ladders. Like, they're about 20 to 30 feet tall each, and it looks like they're just crafting multiple instances of these ladders. And so some people are chopping wood, other people are lashing steps together and tying the two main rods together, things like that. And looks like they're being overseen by a few dragon claws and some prisoners.
Well, that's a cool looking mask. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
We fed one of them to a giant toad the one time.
Oh yeah, we did.
So yeah, they're working together in a couple of different areas. And then every once in a while, someone takes a wheelbarrow full of that scrap wood that wasn't usable and dumps it into that big pit. It doesn't look like anybody is. I mean, there's enough people around that they trust this prisoner to go there and come back. So yeah, there
was a special prisoner that was on like a crucifix over by the pit.
Yeah, up
There's
near, like there's a stage that's kind of nearby.
Like they're setting an example of them.
Right.
Yeah, there's like this big stage that's right over there in Area 3. There's a gong on it, and
does it look like Leos and Erlenthar?
Once you get closer, you'll definitely be able to tell that's who it is, yeah.
Oh man, I want to bang the
A
gong.
monk, and they put him on a gong? How insulting.
That's real creepy.
Near a gong.
Oh, gosh.
Or imagine while we're walking, Kyla's trying to keep her pseudo dragons interested in the party, so they won't fly away when they feel like it by casting small cantrips, like making a little fireball appear in her hand or something, or just showing them magic tricks.
Give me an animal handling roll.
That's fun.
Oof!
Use your luck.
Yep, they're not super interested in it right this second. They're they're mainly stuffed full from the food. So they're not trying to leave or anything just yet. Where do you think the third pseudo dragon is? One of them's on Karen's shoulder. One of them's draped around your neck.
I'd say she's probably carrying it in her front, like a cat, or it could be on somebody else, like Yuri or Krobus.
So the red one's on Karen, the blue one's being held by you, and the black one's around your neck. Got it.
Correct. I hope none of them fly away. That would just be sad, to be honest.
Well, I got bad news for you, but not right now. So
Good.
Yeah, you see the prisoners just working. Every once in a while, one of the dragon claws like whips them, and they pick up the pace a bit. And that's what's going on in that general area. The sun's beginning to set, and long shadows are starting to cover the inside of this big culvert/cliff thing, and people are lighting torches around different spots of the camp. What would you like to do?
Shall we mingle?
Mingling sounds good. I think we could continue trying to sow dissent throughout the camp, just in passing, not like actively at the second. But we still need to find out what their plans are, and then we're just like on standby until we get that chance after the camp empties itself, right? Was that the general idea?
What?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Well, I'm talking to everybody, but as far as getting the egg, we're not supposed to do that until the troops move out of the camp, and that's supposed to happen in the next day or two.
We got a rough idea of how many troops they have already.
Yeah, you'd be able to piece that together.
As far as the leadership, we have a rough idea of that. We just need to figure out their plans.
Yep. So we might need to spend time either asking around or eavesdropping. I feel like asking around is probably going to draw more attention to us.
Yeah.
So
It just depends if you want to be rolling persuasion or if you want to be rolling, what do you call it?
Deception?
Perception.
I do a little of both.
Oh, perception?
Whoever's really good at perception, and then whoever's good at persuasion.
I have a 5 bonus to persuasion.
Wow.
Yeah, so do I.
That's very good.
Yeah, buddy.
Can we work in tandem?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do a quick little skill challenge trying to get some more information. So we want to figure out what the general plans are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I want to open up my Hoard of the Dragon Queen to see what they know. All right.
Yuri will definitely try to present himself, as the large, intimidating red dragonborn.
Yeah.
Maybe, either try to sidle up to some cultists or try to appear as extremely powerful to some kobolds. And get something out of them, although I'm less inclined to believe that the kobolds would know anything.
That's probably a fair assumption. Yeah, so who would let's how would you like to go about getting this information? Just start, you said you were going to talk to some various people, so go ahead and give me a persuasion roll.
Okay. I'm going to use my inspiration on my persuasion.
Kyla, are you doing this as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I would also like
Talking
to
about who had good persuasion.
We can keep that roll, but we were doing Yuri first.
Okay, so I did use my inspiration on that, so that's a 21.
Nice, very nice. So yeah, we've got 2 successes. Did anybody else want to help contribute to the gathering of the plans? We'll just kind of role play out some of what happens.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably head over to the Black Talon specifically, and I have kind of a multi-purpose of trying to find out information and sow the seeds against the blue boar.
Okay.
Ooh, I'd like to help with that. Could I roll like a deception or a performance?
Deception, I think, would be good since you're trying to lie about what the other person's doing or things
I think
like
I'm
that.
gonna grab some drinks from the blue boar people and purposely bring them over to the Black Talons and just kind of say, "Look, man, they're getting paid like 10 times what you guys are."
It's not even fair.
All right. So, let's see. Yeah, you two go ahead and give me a deception check. We'll.
And I would like to use my inspiration on this one. Just in case. Not bad! Not bad!
Well, can you use your luck, though?
I think I burnt it earlier. Unless my luck stacks, because I have lucky as my class feature.
Well, so you've got like a halfling luck thing.
I do. I didn't know if the group luck bonus overrode that.
So you have a lucky feat which gives you 3 rerolls per long rest.
3?
Mm-hmm.
3 rerolls?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh.
keep forgetting. It's basically like Benny's.
Oh.
Yeah. I keep forgetting we have.
Well, I would love to reroll that bad boy.
Go for it.
Yes.
Wow.
All right. So if you open up your sheet, you should see like a luck resource possibly.
I don't think I have.
I think I manually added mine. I'm not sure if it shows up automatically.
I will open up Karen's sheet.
Yeah,
Oh,
It's like a
Nope, we don't.
resource.
So I will change this to lucky. And you said you've already used 1 point earlier this session?
Yeah, so now I've used 2.
Yep, so now you're down to 1.
Well, it'd be a shame not to use that last one, huh?
Well, you can't use it over and over
Dang.
for the same roll. You're allowed to use it once.
I tried.
Who knows? Maybe a 12 is good enough.
So yeah, the trying to do the Civil War thing, that's not going to work out too well, but we'll do the first description first. So Kyla and Doug, you start moving around camps, trying to ask different things. And specifically, you're trying to find out what the next stage of it is. So, yeah, and you said you were talking to cultists?
Yeah.
As
Not just gonna bust into the command tent and be like, "Hey y'all, what's up?"
Yeah, if that were the case, we wouldn't bother rolling. So
He'll try to drop some details about the assault on Greenest to prove that he was there and involved, and laugh with them and try to share some camaraderie before cracking into. So what's next? What's coming up next?
new here, are you? I don't think I've seen a red dragonborn in these parts. Yeah, Greenest went really well, and I think it's going to be pretty much more of the same. Maybe there's rumors going around camp that maybe some of us will be heading up to, what the hell's the name of that town? Bardusk? I gotta go look. Burdusk. We're going to be marching up there before the Sword Ghost can do anything about it. And the other one says, I thought we were heading to Iriabor. It's further east. But yeah, they're not 100% sure, but definitely attacking and raiding definitely seems on the menu.
Well, whatever keeps the gold flowing, am I right?
Yes, the great Hoard must grow with each day.
And so it shall.
The cultists around him say, Hail Tiamat! Like all kind of in unison. And you're like a little bit late to it. Hail Tiamat!
Hail Tiamat, yes indeed. Okay. And then he'll slip back into the night.
Let's see. What you get out of the cultist you're talking to, Miss Kyla?
Let's see. Since Doug was talking to the cultists, I may want to talk to some Dragonclaw who are overseeing the prisoners.
All right. And you rolled really high for this, right? You got like a 20. Oh, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, so you're dressed as like a brown robe cultist, and he says, showing an interest, huh? And he walks you through what's going on. We're building siege ladders. Burdusk has a wall, so we need to be able to scale it to get in if our infiltrators don't do their job. So it's more of a backup plan than anything.
That's wise. Infiltrators, how many would you say you have in there?
Go ahead and make a deception test for me. And a failure here means that we're filling in another section.
Oh, okay. I imagine her excuse would be something along the lines of she just wants to know the situation that we're looking at here. But yeah, I'll still roll 21.
Nice.
Nice.
It's like, why do you need to know? And you give him some BS reasons, like, oh, well, the quartermaster was asking me so we could make sure and get the right number of infiltrator packs prepared. And he goes, I'm not really privy to that information, but I'd guess a few dozen. But yeah, he tells you more about the prisoners. Like, yeah, we're about done here. We're running out of daylight, so we'll be chaining them up in the tents here. And he points out and kind of smirks at. You see the. He points at the guy that's on the strapped to the big X. It's like, that one though. Resume has special plans for him. Must. Why else would he? Why else would you keep him alive? I'd hate to be in that half-elf skin, that's for sure.
Wait, is it out of character? Is it Leos and Erlenthar?
Yeah, we said that earlier.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear. I just heard you say half-elf, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yep, that's poor Leos, and yeah, she must be wanting to question him or something. He's been chained up there for a couple days now.
Sucks to be him.
He nods and says, "You there, lot, get back to work." Oh, sorry. Let's see, who else was doing things? So Karen and Kevin both got a 10 and a 12. Yeah, you start trying to stir up stuff about the pay with the Black Talons and the Blue Boar, but it's just not. It's not gaining any traction. It's like, yeah, they are getting paid more. They're the veteran mercenaries. We're the new guys, and you say it's 10 times as much, and they're like, it's not that much. They're getting paid more, but that's just the way of things. We're making a name for ourselves. We'll get there.
I feel like Karen miscalculated because she's slightly drunk. She's just like trying to fit in, and she like had just maybe one too many, and she's over there with Corbett and just like, yeah, man, they're getting paid so much.
I'll just reaffirm what he said and go, yeah, you're right. They are all way better. Yeah, they are much better than company. You're absolutely right.
If you want to raise a taunt, then if you want to roll like a, do they have taunt? Intimidate, maybe?
Intimidate? Let's see. Hey!
Oh!
My.
Nice.
There it is.
All right, so yeah, they are way better. It's like, no, that's not what I said. He gets up in your face, and he gets a little pissed off. And
I thought that's what you meant. I didn't know. My apologies. But they are kind of better, though.
And you're dressed as a brown robe cultist.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit there.
You're dressed as a brown robe cultist, I'm asking?
Is that what do we have yeah, sure.
Okay, well, he says, "Get the hell out of here. What do you know?"
My apologies. Please enjoy your drinks. I'll just leave my drink there and back away.
Yeah, and his friends like nod. They're staring daggers across the camp at the better than us. They've just been around longer.
If Karen's walking away with me, I'll kind of loudly say, "Yeah, that I thought they were really gonna have something to prove, but maybe the boars are a little too good for them."
Yeah, I mean, look at them. There's so much buffer. Honestly,
They are.
Strapping lads.
If you're wanting to get into like a little fist fight, that's what's about to happen. They're moving towards you guys, ready to throw down, not with weapons or anything, just fisticuffs.
Nope, I'm just ignoring them and walking away. If they try to catch up with me, that's
okay.
Fine.
All right. Yeah, they peel off pursuit and go back to their tent, grumbling, pissed off.
Yep, I'm just trying to get their blood boiling.
Mission accomplished. All right.
Very nice.
So stuff is winding down a little bit as the sun sets. So stuff's winding a little bit down as the sun sets. The partying's been going on for quite a bit at this point. So anybody that started partying real hard is just out at this stage of the evening. But lots of other people are still up and about and just kind of waiting for something that's going to happen. And after probably 30 minutes, 40 minutes after the sun goes down, you see like not a commotion, but activity from the command tent. And you see Cyanrath and Moondoth come out. Oh, that is not that. So delete that.
Is anyone near them at that time, like when they come out, like any of our party members? Because I noticed we like kind of split up for a minute.
I didn't have anything in mind. If you want that, that's something we can definitely do.
No, I just wasn't sure if we had to make sure we were showing respect in some way.
There, token there. Beep. Objects and tokens. So yeah, they come up and get set up on the... Looks like they're just talking amongst themselves kind of near the stage. I'm just going to use Cyanrath over here. I'll put them down there. And Rezmir's not out yet, but looks like they've started this huge bonfire. And now people are starting to mill about with drinks in hands, and like the general camp is just migrating this way. And I'll put what's his face out here too, since you guys found him. Let's see, what are some other things you're going to hear while this is going on? Anything interesting? I think we communicated all that. So one thing that you've just kind of discerned is that Moondoth, she handles like the day-to-day running of this camp. This is kind of her charge. She wears purple, but she's not a wearer of purple like the 5 generals up top. So she's in charge of this camp, and but Resmir is like the person in charge, and she showed up a month or so ago and put Mondoth in position here. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about all the information. I think we described everything else in roleplay encounters, so we're good there. So yeah, the general camp is starting to move southeast, and shortly after, like, a gong sounds down there. And being an infiltrator, you know that there's a few different signals you can send on the gong, but this one means, hey, everybody listen up, come on down here. So they're going to be addressing the troops.
Karen rounds up her people.
Yeah,
I gladly follow.
Yep, we're on board. I wonder what we're going to find out.
Oh, probably something real interesting.
The suspense is killing me.
This is the news gong, you know?
Certainly killing Leo Lennithon.
Oh no. Was he on that gong?
He's not on the gong. He's like on the stage near the gong.
I don't think Karen's seen it. She's maybe Yuri told her that the guy was strapped
She's too
by
short.
the gong, and she was like, yeah, he's on it.
On the gong, beside the gong.
Still around the gong.
But eventually, after the camp has assembled and that fire is blazing up into the night sky, Resmir emerges from the tent, and there's some cheering and some applause as she approaches the stage and walks up on it. She has this massive, two-handed, sinister-looking sword on her back. She's wearing these flowing purple robes, and she has this dragon skull mask that it's pretty much like a black dragon skull that's form fit to her face. And let's see. She just stands up there.
You say she had a sword or a scythe?
Sword.
Sword, gotcha.
And she stands there waiting for the applause to die down, and eventually she pulls out her clawed hands. She's not quite as tall as Cyanrath, but she's still very tall compared to any of the other humans she's walking beside. Standing like head and shoulders just above them, and has broad muscular shoulders. And, she's like, gets everybody to settle down, and then she says, "Praise Tiamat!" And in unison, everyone in the crowd just shouts out, "Praise Tiamat!"
Tiamat.
Yeah, Tiamat. Woo.
I heard she sucks. And she says, "My disciples, once again, those who oppose our will have fallen before us like wheat to the scythe. The cult of the dragon grows stronger by the day, as does the great Hoard, worthy for the queen of the dragons. The Sword Coast can no longer ignore our awesome might. Tonight, we celebrate our latest victory." And then the crowd just erupts in cheers.
Yay.
Yay. "Despite our obvious strength, there are still those who would stand against the return of our mighty queen. Working against us in the shadows, they seek to thwart our goals." Hold on a second. And she points at Laosin. "Boo! But their efforts are in vain. Our power grows with every new recruit." She gestures out towards the crowd. "It grows with every new ally who bolsters our ranks." And she points out this shaved-headed mage, red robes, has a tattoo on his skull, And lost my spot in my file. Soon there will be no one who can stand in our way. Yay! More cheers. You have witnessed our power firsthand as our armies roll like a thundering tide over this land. The Dragon Queen will reward those who work to manifest her will. The time has come. Join us and become part of history as we usher in a new age. More cheers. And it looks like they're recruiting more people into like be official cultists to like pick an association. Some of the mercenaries have moved over to talk to the recruiters, more or less. And then after the cheers die down, she says, "Enjoy yourselves tonight. You've earned it." And there's more cheering. And she walks over to Laosin and she lifts up his head with one clawed hand and just pats him on the cheek, just smiles this massive tooth-filled grin, and lets him go and walks back into the tent. At this point, all the prisoners have been corralled back into their designated area over near Area 1 here. Herded into tents. Some of them are chained up outside, but all of them are back in shackles and affixed to various things there. But that's what you see. That's what you heard.
So
This mage, they said they got a new ally. This mage guy seems kind of suspicious. I think we may want to eavesdrop on him or something.
Okay.
What was the description of the mage again? You said he had shaved head and a tattoo?
Yeah, he's got completely bald and has this ornate like tattoo that circles around his head, and a symbol on his forehead. Anyone trained in Arcana would recognize that this is probably a red wizard of Thay. They're a group of usually evil wizards that come from way down south. And recently, I think a lich took over their territory, and so there's a lot of just populace of Thay that is expatriates. They're kind of refugees scattered to the four winds because a lich took over and kicked everybody out. But yeah, the Red Wizards of Thay was like the government down south, and they were a bunch of evil wizards that ruled their land with an iron fist.
Kind of want to ask around and see if anybody knows what's going to happen to Laosin.
Yeah, you get some gruesome descriptions. Some think that she's going to kill him eventually, or feed him to the hatchery, or just lots of varying ideas, but nothing that's set in stone.
Well, if they're going to let him live for now, that gives us time to get the rest of the prisoners out as well.
When do you propose that we should make that attempt? Should we?
So they had told us, or the emissary lady had told us that there was going to be troop movement within the next day or two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that our cue was to wait until people started to empty out of the camp.
To do the egg thing, yeah. But for prisoner stuff, she said that wasn't part of the deal. She doesn't want you to do that, but,
Sure.
It's not really up to her.
Of course. So, again, out of character, you said that the egg is about as big as Karen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So pretty large, not easy to carry. Yuri doesn't know that Karen has invisibility. If someone is invisible, are the things they're carrying also invisible?
If they get invisibility cast on them while they're carrying it, yes. If you were made invisible out here, went inside and picked up the egg would just be floating out.
Okay,
I can
that's what I was curious
Here's
about.
the thing. I could go in there and cast it again, right?
I mean, you could cast it twice, sure.
Yeah. I got 2 spell slots.
Sure. And one would override the other.
Yeah.
So, like, if you cast the second time you cast it, it'll override the first one because you can only concentrate on one spell at once.
Yeah.
And at that level, you can only cast it on one person at a time.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think you would be able to carry it out because of your size. But, like, Yuri could, but you would have to be in there with him to cast that. And in order to do that, they would have to be in there together, which means we'd either have to be sneaking or somebody would have to be...
I mean, I think it'd be cool.
Sure, I just don't know how practical it is.
Probably not very.
But we'll have to see what options we get.
I think at the very least, definitely invisible scout out and find the egg in the cave, and then maybe come back out and say, "Hey, it's in there," and what should we do?
That's true. And your stuff recharges on a short rest, so given that that's only an hour at some point in like the next day or two, maybe you could turn invisible and go scout out a little bit to see where stuff is.
I would love to do that.
Because, like, my channel divinity lasts for 10 minutes. So if it's a matter of, like, we know where it is, we can get in there, run it out, jump the egg up the cliff, and then start immediately jumping prisoners out. Maybe it just happens at the same time.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Caution to the wind.
Well, hold on. Does anybody have any other ideas for, like, how we might get it out of there?
No, that sounds really good.
Yeah, I really like that idea. Maybe one way that I could help is, I don't know how I would do it exactly, but I could reduce the size of the egg. But again, we're in the same problem of I'd have to sneak in and yada, yada, yada.
But that's really cool. I mean, if you could reduce the size of the egg, then, like, really anybody could be the one to take it to them. Like, if you had a way to reduce the egg and then get up there without me, then I don't need to do that either. I like that. I think that's
really cool.
That would mean we don't even need to turn invisible necessarily.
I'm going to double check my spell just to make sure I can do that.
There are a couple of guards that are standing on either side of the entrance, and they also have guard drakes. So I'm not saying you can't sneak in there and do some shenanigans, but it's not going to be just a super cakewalk.
Of course not.
What am I looking for?
Yeah, I can do the egg.
We should probably assume that when we take the egg, that's the catalyst for change here. As soon as they figure out that we've taken the egg, they lose their hold on the dragon, and this place just erupts in fire and death and nastiness.
Sounds right.
And at that point, it's basically a free. After we get the egg out, then it's a free for all for us to get the rest of the prisoners out.
Maybe while Karen is doing the recon, maybe the rest of us kind of spread the word to the prisoners to, hey, get ready to get the hell out. You know, maybe they converge to whatever plan we have to your plan of jumping up and getting them out of there.
I would like to point out that they also have these massive siege ladders that we could literally just prop up against the wall and they could climb out.
Well, that's perfect too, yeah. That's a very good pull. They did tell us they were building siege ladders.
There you go. I love it.
That might be the best idea then. If we can, if the prisoners can take the ladders and escort themselves out, that gives us the chance to focus on only doing the egg stuff and not have to worry about their safety.
Yeah.
If we're already creating a distraction by doing that. So that's
I like it. I like it.
Any plan for Laosin? Or is he just kind of...
Rest in peace.
I definitely want to get him out, but I would say he is...
he's a tertiary at this point.
I mean, like the amount of danger we would be in, he's in an elevated position that everybody can see while walking by, so I think we'd have the best chance to get him out during confusion that already exists, or if we're already on our way out, then we could just stop and grab him while we're going. But we should be careful how far in advance we tell the prisoners about it, because if they start talking too much, then
that's true.
They can always tip somebody else off.
Yeah. So maybe we let them know, like, right before all this has to happen, you know?
Yeah, I think we just gotta wait and see when people start to leave and how quickly it's happening, and if they're transporting everything at that time, or like if the egg is supposed to be staying here, and all that.
Alrighty. I think we got ourselves a...
So is Karen able to do like scouting stuff?
Of course. Here I go.
Speaking of scouting, we may want to try to find out how much time we have to release Leosin, so we can, so I just try to figure that out either by asking Resmir or...
Hey, go talk to Resmir. Let me know how that works out for you.
Wait, what do you
Will do
mean,
when I
how
get
much
back
time?
with all the information.
What do you mean?
Like I'm saying, either I kind of want us to try and figure out how much time we have before Resmir's gonna do whatever to Leosin, and we can either find that out by eavesdropping on them or ask something along the lines of, "Do you want us to prepare an event for it? If so, like just so we can keep everything organized, and if so, like probably be dressed as a dragon claw." Or because I think it was mentioned we had some of those robes.
Gotcha.
You do have one dragon claw mask from town.
I think we should not ask Resmir directly, but you could probably try to ask somebody around that area.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Maybe like talk through somebody, like have them take the message to Resmir and then come back with a response. That seems wiser than just barging in.
We could, maybe some of the party goers, we could act like we're all excited and can't wait to see what's going to happen to this stupid person that decided to resist our wonderful camp of people here. And you know what I mean?
I'm afraid that showing any overt interest in him to a person of interest would be a red flag to them. Like, even if we sent an innocent-seeming note, like, to Resmir or to the blue half-dragon, that would make them pay more attention to what they're doing. But if we can use somebody as, like, an intermediary to them and, like, manipulate somebody else into thinking that's a good idea...
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you, if she was going to do something in front of everyone, like when the whole camp was there, ready, then like if she was going to kill him in front of everybody, then it would have probably been right then. So he's safe for right this second.
Gotcha.
And it doesn't look like there's more festivities. People are just kind of wandering around, drinking, hanging out in camps and things like that. Some people are turning in. So that's what's going on right this second.
Alrighty. So yeah, if you want to, Kaylee, if you want to try and find out more info.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like you've already tried to find out this info, like asking, hey, what's going on with Resmir? So unless you do something else, like talk to Resmir, what they were going to do with Leosin, then that avenue has already been explored.
Gotcha.
If this is what Kyla would do, like if she would go to Resmir or send a message to Resmir, like don't let me stop you from doing that.
Yeah.
I just think
No,
it'll probably
absolutely.
backfire, but that could make a good story. So
And if there's anything I can do to help you with that, I'm happy to do so.
Well, I personally am not scared of talking to Resmir at all, and I think Kyla personally would be interested in talking to a black half-dragon, but on the other hand, y'all have made some pretty good points about, well, now they're going to be paying more attention to him, and then again, he is kind of out in the open, so.
Yeah, just have another character concept in mind when you go do that.
Oh, lovely.
listen, we've still got 3 ticks on cover blown.
We're good.
Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're done.
TikTok.
But yeah, people are milling about. Some people are talking to recruiters. Some people have pointed out the green dragonborn and the red dragonborn as like newcomers, and they're like suggesting you should go talk to those people too. But it's only like a recruiting drive. It's not like, hey, you should go do this. It's not the GM signaling, go do this.
Well, first, I'm going to ask my pseudo dragon to see what they want, see if they need anything like more food or water or something like that.
I think they're pretty content right now. They just ate some food. Black dragon's on your shoulder. She says, sorry, the black dragon's a boy. He says, why don't you throw something at him? Like a rock.
At who, Leosin?
Is that his name? Yeah, he looks stupid. There's a rock. I'll go get it for you. And he runs off and gets a rock.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, but I'm not very good at throwing things. I have to be honest with you. I'm not a very accurate thrower. But if you want to fly up there and drop a rock on his head or something, you can do that.
His eyes lights up really big, and he picks up the rock and flies over. And he's a black dragon, so he's a little bit tough to see. But since you know where to look, yeah.
How big's the rock? Is it just like a pebble, or is it
big enough for a pseudo dragon to carry? So it's not it's not dropping like a 40-pound bowling ball on his head. But yeah, it clunks down on him, and it's enough to do some damage. Let's see. Let's roll an attack roll.
Oof! I thought the pseudo dragon was just having fun, not trying to kill this guy. Oh my god!
Critical hit.
You know, I mean, even if it's like cat-sized, a cat could carry a several pound stone, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
You're getting to know the personalities of your pets.
Looks like Scorch is extremely arrogant. Shadow Wing is very mischievous.
Oh, God damn.
Don't know that much about Blue yet.
Violent.
Violent, yeah.
Storm, I'm not so sure about yet. She hasn't really said anything. Sure, you.
Oh gosh. All right.
This is going to be one of those nature-nurture things, because they're all chromatic.
Yeah.
I think they're all just evil. He would have advantage. He would have advantage on this. So yeah, they'll just do a little bit of damage. 5. Whack.
Oof.
Dang.
He gets oof. The monk groans. Some people saw what happened and they laugh. The monk scans the crowd but doesn't see who threw it. And he slumps back down and is against his bonds.
All right.
Raw deal for Mr. Leosin.
Yes, sir.
Didn't use his reaction to reduce the damage to the ranged weapon and throw it back.
Well, he was unaware of the attack, so...
Sure, that's fair. I assume his hands are also bound, so...
Yeah, he would have a tough time. I need to re-log in because I accidentally popped the chat out.
He's like a yogi master. His stomach muscles ripple and absorb the force, and then he thrusts it back at the crowd.
For double damage.
For double damage.
And an AoE.
Killing the
Standing
pseudo
right
dragon.
on, immediately splinters.
No! Alright,
So yes, you have successfully attacked Leosin.
yay!
Hey,
Good job, Shadow Wing.
Shall,
He puffs up big
Karen
and
do some
proud.
sleeping?
What about Storm? Storm hasn't had his or her moment of glory yet.
You were carrying Storm. She's been kind of quiet, just looking at the others. She's not trying to call too much attention to herself just yet.
Oh, that's sweet. She gets many pets.
That's perfectly happy. She's perfectly happy.
See, I would love to go talk to this black dragon, or black half dragon, but I also have these 3 children, and I don't want them to be orphans.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you might not want to go talk to the half dragon Resmir. So yeah, the night wears on, and slowly but surely the camp starts turning in. There's still some torches lit that light the walking paths and things like that, but for the most part, the camp is starting to quiet down.
Could Karen do some invisible snooping
Sure.
since it's nighttime? I was thinking she'd cast prestidigitation on herself to like nullify her scent, so the dogs, like the dragon dogs, don't
that's cool.
sniff her as she's going in.
I'll give you a I'll give you advantage on your stealth roll as you try to sneak into it.
All right,
Very cool.
and invisible. Here we go. Oh boy, I hope I roll well.
Yeah!
All right, I'll roll one
Very nice.
of theirs. Let's see. Do they have perception? Perception +2. Let's see what they say.
I'd be worried if they said anything.
Yeah, you cast prestidigitation and invisibility. Invisibility lasts for an hour or 10 minutes.
It is a whole hour.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
That's really good.
Yeah, it is a concentration spell, so if you have any other concentration spells, then you can't keep them all up at the same time.
I can only cast 2 spells at once anyway.
That's fair. So the leadership has since retired into the command tent. Frulam Moondoth actually walks into the cave before the night's out.
Oh boy.
And so she's already in there when you're going in, but as soon as you come in, you realize that this is a much larger cave on the inside. Oh.
Oh my, new map.
It's very dark in here.
It is very dark. I'm revealing some areas. Go ahead and do some of this. Boop. The Dragon Hatchery. So yeah, you walk in. These 2 guys aren't there right this second. But yeah, you get inside and it's actually pretty dark in here. Do you have dark vision?
I do not think so. I don't
Yeah.
think halflings have that.
Right now, there's a torch on this side of the wall, the north side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can see out to about the limit there. You don't see these 2 dragon claws here. Right now, I'll go ahead and move them onto the GM layer.
Shall I move out a Karen token?
Sure. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and tell you this is not supposed to be done all by your lonesome.
Oh, good.
This is like a dungeon meant for the whole party to be exploring. But if you want to investigate just a little bit and then come back, then that's something we can do.
Just dip my toe in, as it were.
Yeah, so you can either pick up that torch or cast a light spell or something like that. And
If she's invisible, though, that's a tough one, huh?
yeah, if you cast a spell, I think that makes you visible these
Yeah,
days.
it does.
So if you want the torch, then you can have it. You'll just be a torch floating down the...
That's mighty suspicious.
Yeah, and you don't...
I think she's content to bumble in the dark for a little bit, as long as she's being quiet.
Okay, well, I mean, if you make it down to about where you are, it's just pitch black dark. Like you're inside a cave at night. There's no seeing unless you have some sort of light source.
I think Karen flips up her eye patch to squint into the darkness with her other eye shut.
Yeah.
And it does nothing for her.
You might get like another 5 feet out of it.
She flips it back down and leaves.
Okay, I'll describe some of the rooms real quick. So we were... All right. Yeah, so this was... you peered over the edge here. You saw some stairs going down and a pathway going down south, and there's muddy tracks going in multiple different directions. And down here, there were just all these brilliant multicolored fungus. Some of them were as tall as you were. There were these giant puff balls. Some of them were this lattice work of just hollow buckyball looking things. And yeah, the down the other way looked a little bit like a dead end, but when you got down there, you saw that there was a passageway that went left, and you heard multiple voices coming from southwest. So you decided, yeah, that's probably too much for one little halfling to be tackling by herself.
Just little Karen Bramblefoot.
Little old Karen Bramblefoot.
So yeah, you put the torch back where you found it and sneak back out of the camp and rapidly move past the guard drakes.
She'd like to return to her group and relay that it's dark in there. I couldn't get anything. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Karen.
You made it back in one piece. That's most important.
Well, there's that. It's mostly because I was a coward. But a coward lives to fight another day.
Uri's like, what's that like?
What is it like to be afraid all the time?
Oh, it's horrifying.
Have you tried not being afraid all the time?
You know what? Weirdly, I have not.
You should try it. It works very well for me. you say as he turns his head slightly and you see the giant slash through his wing tail.
Who might argue?
Exactly.
Yep.
But yeah, we're going to need to go in there maybe together when stuff's, exploding.
Sure. So it sounds like it might be difficult to make this a quiet exit.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be quiet.
Have we been able to locate the emissary lady, or the cultist who was talking to us?
The higher ranking dragon claws kind of make this area their thing, and then like the various cultists. She was a blue robe cultist, so she would probably be up in one of these areas in the blue camp. There are robes of each of the 5 chromatic dragons of those cultists: white, black, red, green, and blue. And so there's a lot more blue and black robes here. So she would be in one of those groups.
Would they be able to contact her discreetly at some point during this day or two to find out if maybe they can set up a place to drop the egg, or what the expectation is. Like, if all they have to do is get the egg outside, and then the dragon will come down and pick it up, then that's gravy. But
Yeah, that was the general plan. Like, you have to get it out of the camp when there's not very many people in the camp.
okay, so there wasn't necessarily an expectation that we would like get it out of the camp or scale the cliff with it or anything like that.
Yeah, that's kind of up in the air, but yeah, you can definitely get that information.
Okay.
I mean, we get the egg to Yuri. He gets out of the cave and immediately jumps up the cliff to run around. That's pretty solid, right?
Yeah.
I could do that, but it's going to, if it gets noisy, then the less we have to do, the better. And
How
the
loud
more
do you jump?
Hmm?
How loud do you jump?
Got some creaky
Well,
springs.
Well, you know, I'm quite big. It's less about the jump and more about the landing.
The landing's so high up.
Do you want me to cause an avalanche?
Maybe, if it would help.
Yuri blinks thoughtfully for a moment. Well, seeing as the prisoners are the one at the bottom of the cliff, that seems...
No, they're way over there. They'll be fine.
Okay, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
We'll make that bridge when we come to it.
We'll knock the bridge over.
Burn it. Burn the bridge.
Yes. Okay. If they're communicating with Hilda at some point, can they find out if she knows when the troops are going to mobilize? Like, how much longer they're going to have to wait?
Yeah, if you try to talk to her right now, then that's something we can do. But you'd have to go poking around and try and find her. So give me a... who do you want to send in to do that? And give me a persuasion check.
I'm good at persuading. I'm not very stealthy, so...
Yeah, you are a big red dragonborn walking around in the blue camp. So I would say if you want to do that, it would be a disadvantage.
Yeah, is that something Karen's good at? Is she...
What?
Can Karen talk well?
Karen can talk pretty well. I don't remember if her, let's see, is it 3 or 5? It's +3 for persuasion.
Gotcha.
I have a +5 in deception, though.
Tasty. I don't know. Whoever feels appropriate going. I think Yuri would attract too much attention. I don't know if Kyla would... she might if she's carrying around pseudo-dragons as well.
I'm kind of in the same boat as you are.
Yeah, the green dragon would definitely
Yeah.
call
Looks like
some
it's
attention.
Karen or nothing.
Karen it is.
Go Karen.
So what verbatim should I ask this lady?
We're trying to find out when the troops are going to begin to move.
Right.
And then I guess just reconfirming where the egg is to be placed, or that, hopefully they would come and pick it up and all we have to do is get it outside.
Karen.
Earlier she had said like they're moving out in a few days. So she gave you that much information. She might not be able to get more specific than that, but if you want to ask her that other thing, then she might be able to tell you more of a plan.
Okay.
Yeah, Karen wants to know as much plan as possible for a 10 intelligence character.
Listen, you can still have plenty of plans. They just might not be very good ones.
I mean, she has a +1 to wisdom.
Cool.
It's not bad.
Well, the wisdom just lets you be like, this is probably a bad plan, but I'm not smart enough to know.
So yeah, if you're wanting to go track her down, give me a persuasion to sneak around and ask around to try and find her.
Bad.
Let's go ahead and fill in. Let's fill in one more of these wedges.
I have one more lucky. Should I re-roll that?
It's up to you.
I feel like that's important. I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Let's see if it's worse. It is! Somehow!
See, I had already filled in the wedge, so you can't really take it back.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even know you're filling in
No. I was saying like the dice result was the same because I had already filled in the wedge. If you would have succeeded, I would have erased the wedge.
Aww.
But yeah, you're walking around like, I'm looking for Hilda. And nobody's giving you the time of day. And like, what are you doing here? I'll help you. What do you want?
Well, I don't want help from you. Goodbye.
It's like, you can't talk to me that way. And then you just slip around and sneak off. But yeah, the alert level's a little bit higher because of it. Hey, you can't seem to find her.
That's okay. Well, do we have anything else that we can reasonably get done until the people march?
If you wanted to try and get the people, rescue the prisoners right now, you could.
Okay.
Because the camp has died down, everybody's kind of chained up. So if you wanted to get them out now, if you wanted to try to wait and see what happens, then that's also fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, so if we get the prisoners out now, the worst they'll do is probably go and try to find them, right?
Yeah.
Because they're planning on leaving soon anyway, so if the prisoners escape, they're using them for slave labor. So if they're moving on to do more ransacking, they're probably going to get more prisoners, and worst case, they'll send some people after them. Best case, they'll just leave them and be on their way.
Unless it's an insult that they escaped and they'll just slaughter all of them.
Well, that wouldn't be much better than if we waited a little. I mean, if we wait until the troops start to mobilize, they might take the prisoners with them, and then...
Oh, they're definitely taking the prisoners.
Well,
absolutely.
then this is kind of the last chance we have, I guess.
Let's do it. Let's put some ladders up.
One thing that you did here was like every once in a while, like if they work a prisoner to death, or if the prisoner just refuses to work, they send them into the caves and they just don't come back out.
Oh no!
Wait, what if the egg hatched?
Then
I think Lennithon just wants the hatchling. Like if the egg hatched, that'd be fine for him.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, what I'm concerned about is that they're, like, the baby dragon hatched, and it's in there, and that's why they're saying they're going to feed stuff to the hatchery, like the prisoners. Because, I mean, what else is in there with the dragon egg? I'm thinking it could be, like, maybe a baby dragon. Adorable.
Could be. That's eating people.
Oh, boy.
So cute.
Well...
Karen is so edible. She cannot go near it.
Cool.
I hope the blue dragon would not be upset if it's rendered unconscious. But
Look,
we can always just lie and say it was the cult, right?
The cult knocked him out. I don't know.
Yuri walks up holding a bloody shield. It was the cult, I swear.
It's the cult.
Why is that blood blue?
This wing from your baby.
All right. Where are the prisoners?
Pet him way too hard.
Okay. So yeah, you start sneaking around the prisoner side of camp. Every once in a while, you do see that there is a guard that's kind of on patrol, walking around, but he's not very alert. And again, there's like a few people. Every once in a while, somebody will walk past Laosin. So about every 5 to 10 minutes, somebody will walk past there. The bonfire has since burned out and is down to the coals. So it's just casting this warm red light in the general area. But let's pull out a person for where the party is. All these guys are kind of intense and stuff, so I'll just move them down.
So if the prisoners if we can get them to use ladders to just scale the cliff themselves and then just create some sort of distraction for them, that would probably be the best for us because we would have the lowest chance of implicating ourselves.
We could try to continue to poke and prod to get people to fist fight each other and do all that.
That's true.
That could be
I
our
think,
distraction.
after all the other prisoners get out, Yuri can definitely jump Leosin up the cliff wall, but since he actually has a guard paying attention to him every few minutes, that should probably be the last thing we do.
Yeah.
And then it might be just like a quick in and out, run up, break him free, jump him up, and say, well, good luck.
Yeah.
And then go back to playing coy until the troops march and we can go into the cave and clean house.
Well, what happens if we set something like in the northeast or the northwest on fire, and then a bunch of people have to work together to put that fire out? But meanwhile, they're not keeping their attention on the south at all, so that might be a decent distraction.
Sure.
It definitely could be. A big fire like that might draw too much attention, and it might make them look for the prisoners to help for putting out the fire because they might not want to risk their own troops. But that's just a hypothetical.
Well, if you want a distraction, just let me know how you want to go about it. Do you want to try and kick off the Civil War? It's not really rip-roaring ready to go. We need either one really awesome roll or a couple of solid rolls. And failure means your cover is blown.
I'm kind of out of ideas on how to further that.
If Karen were to use her invisibility and maybe steal some things and replant some things.
Ooh, yeah.
Baby, you know I'm good at that stuff.
Right, so
I love it.
That's a possibility.
And set some fires.
I can do that too!
Yeah, I mean, we can still do the fire thing. I'm not saying I'm not into it. I'm just playing devil's advocate and raising concerns.
Yeah. Valid concerns. Valid concerns.
I'm fine with all that. I think if we manage to get the Civil War started, that as well as any fires, I mean, if both those things are happening at the same time, then nobody's going to be paying attention to the prisoners.
I think if we do the fire, then the Civil War is probably going to be distracted by the fire.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Or if we have somebody shoot fire arrows from one mercenary camp into the other.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
What if... Okay, Karen sneaks in. She steals some stuff. As she goes, she knocks over some candelabras in the tents where she stole stuff from that is then found badly hidden in the other camp's tents.
I love it.
Okay, yeah, we could play the plants in the crowd to be like, I saw him going from that there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Yuri has this disguise hat, so he can make himself look like different people.
Yes.
Perfect.
So you're currently looking like the Red Dragon with the hat, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but you can change it at will, pretty much.
So, yeah, so I can like run behind a tent, run out the other side, look like somebody else, and be like, "Oh, I saw people running to the other side of the camp."
Yeah, hell yes.
I love this plan. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Does Kyla have anything that she can add to all this?
Nope, but I can add some like ranged fire attacks. Of that way, they wouldn't know exactly who set things on fire.
That could be useful.
The three little pseudo dragons are like, can we help?
Oh yes, of course you can help. Would you like to set some things on fire, perhaps?
Scorch's eyes light up. Ooh, yes.
My calling.
My day has come.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
you
yes.
guys like some fire?
You want me to start fire?
I want you to help the fire as it's getting started.
Yes. You're gonna help by. I'm gonna point you to some scrap wood over there, and what you can do, which
Over
would
where?
help us greatly. She's gonna point to like where we're putting the scrap wood, like the stuff that's left over from the bonfire, and they
Okay.
can.
So
Help
as
to
soon
throw
as
that
you
on.
point, the Scorch like leaps from your shoulder and goes to start the plan.
Oh boy, here we go.
Can we
Go, Karen,
maybe
go.
have the stolen effects be planted with like the kobolds, so it becomes the mercenaries versus the kobolds?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that'll
That's
get
perfect.
that'll get you a free fill in if that succeeds. because there's already a little animosity there.
Yeah.
All right, Karen's going to steal crap.
I like this plan.
I love this plan.
Go ahead and give me a stealth roll, Karen.
Even with my invisibility?
I guess I'll just give you an auto success for that. Yeah, the people are drunk, people are happy, nothing's really going on. So yeah, you go in, take a whole bunch of stuff, and set stuff down in the kobold camp. And then while you're kind of rushing to do this, so a little fire breaks out on the side of this tent where Kyla pointed at.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can I take that?
People don't really. At first, people don't notice it. So, what would you like to do?
I wanted to, knowing that both of these things are going on, and knowing that she planted them in the kobolds. I think Yuri wants to disguise himself as probably just a human, a human cultist, pretty nondescript, and sort of burst over into the camp and get everybody's attention and just be like, I saw those dirty little rats steal things from our tent. Now everything's on fire.
So you're inside the kobold camp when you're yelling, or you're
no,
over?
He wants to be coming from the kobold camp over to the other cultists to tell them that
I got you.
The kobolds have stolen things, and now there are fires starting.
All right, you give me a deception check, Yuri.
Deception, you said?
Deception.
Okay,
Kyla's meanwhile... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Kyla's meanwhile telling her pseudo-dragons that this is a very special job.
Lovely. Okay, I'm going to roll deception. If this doesn't go well, I'll probably be using luck on it. I'll take that. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, so the Civil War kicks off. There's a fire up here. The northwest side of the camp is definitely just in alarm. There's a fire going on, and but yeah, there's people fighting the kobolds, and so that is underway. And you guys rushed back down to the prisoners, unless there's something else you wanted to do up there.
Nope. I'm going to start shepherding as many of the prisoners as I can to those ladders and say, go, go, go.
Okay, so you make it down to the prisoners, and some of them, like inside a few of the tents, there are these huge, really long, heavy wooden poles that are shoved into these two sticks that are elevating them, and their hands are chained over top of them. So, and then there's a chain that runs through that. How would you like to release them?
I'm gonna. I got a hand axe. I'll use a hand axe and start chopping at the chain.
All right. What's your dragon breath?
It's poison.
Poison. Okay.
Acid would be nice in this moment.
Hey, let's just go ask Grasmere for it.
All right. So yeah, you start chopping. That makes a lot of noise.
Yeah, I figured.
So I'm gonna go ahead and fill in one of these. You got two. Anything more than one's just showboating. The cover is blown. So yeah, you start whacking at this chain, and go ahead and make an attack roll, or a strength check, or athletics, or anything like that.
I am loving this music, man.
Hey.
Oh.
So yeah, you're. Would you like to spend a lucky point on that?
I don't know what the lucky points are exactly.
Oh, okay. So I gave everybody a free lucky feat, which basically means they get 3 rerolls per long rest.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay. I'll set up your sheet with it and everything later. Let's see what happens. Okay,
There we go.
Yeah, you're chopping into this chain, and you found a wink link. At first, like the first one, you're like, that's not going to do anything, but you twist it around and haul back and smash it. breaking the link, and everybody looks up. You're a Dragonborn. They're not sure what's going on, but you're letting them go. So they're like, okay, this works.
Quietly and swiftly, go.
This works for them. And we'll say that your noise attracted the guard, and as soon as he lifts up the tent flap to see what's going on, you just engulf him as your toad. And everybody's like, ah! They're like moving. They
right.
get the ladders and start pushing things up against the wall.
The
Yeah,
whole
I think
group is down there, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Kyla's probably like offering motivation and stuff. Like, come on, guys, let's go.
Karen is nowhere near this.
Yeah, Yuri had been inciting inciting a riot, and then while all this is happening, his real goal is going to be to make it to Leosin and free him before something happens or before he becomes too heavily supervised.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
maybe Karen like met up with you on her way scampering out of the camp and slaps your back, and as she does, you become invisible.
Oh man.
To use her second invisibility spell
Wow.
slot.
Okay. I'll take it.
She's like, go!
He's going.
So yeah,
Cool.
Ugg and Cobus heave these big, huge ladders up against the wall. And most of the people start going that way. There are a few people that need a little bit of help. Opal is one of them. She's just a little too old and infirm to climb up the ladder. So you be thinking about what you want to do with that while invisible Uri comes over and meets up with Leosin.
Yeah, I think realizing he's invisible, who say, "You are Leosin Erlenthor, are you not?"
He looks up and can't place the voice. Yes.
Good. Going to get you out of here.
He doesn't say anything, but he looks like he'd be happy with that.
Sure. Okay. I would like to try to break his manacles, or however he's bound.
Okay. That would be either athletics or a strength check.
Okay, I think I'm going to take this opportunity to activate my channel divinity, which I'll post right here.
Blam!
Peerless athlete. So for the next 10 minutes, I have advantage on strength, athletics, and dexterity acrobatics checks. I can carry, push, drag, and lift twice as much as normal, and the distance of my jump increases.
Nice.
Okay, so I will make an athletics.
Heck yeah, 22.
And he's literally just trying to rip the bonds so he can grab this guy and run away with him. Does breaking the bonds disrupt invisibility?
Let me check for you.
No, it won't.
I don't think it does. I think it's mainly a spell or attack. That
Yeah, if you attack somebody or cast a spell.
Okay,
But
cool.
I don't picture channel divinity as being the thing. So yeah, you pick up the chains and wrap them around your hands and just pull with all your might, and your muscles bulge and the metal starts to give way, and eventually it rips free from the stump. And yeah, he collapses into your arms.
He'll catch him and hold him tight and just say, "My name is Ignatius Uri. Don't forget it."
Yes, I sent for you.
Did I know this guy, or was he was a contact that I was coming to see?
You know that he was a harper, and they are like one of the main factions that pull a lot of strings up and down the Sword Coast. Typically, good people that fight the good fight, and he was he heard of you guys wanting to investigate the dragon cult, and that's something that he was doing as well. So he wanted to link up with you. So he sent word for you to meet up with in Greenest.
I guess he investigated a little too well.
He didn't just investigate; he got inside the gate. But he'll say, "Yes, we can catch up once we've gotten you out of here. We're staging a bit of a prison break, as you can probably hear."
He looks up. He's like, "Well, let's hurry. They'll probably sound the gong, and
yes,
I don't plan to be here."
Wait, they're gonna sound the gong? Get rid of the gong. Problem solved.
I mean, he says this like Yuri can definitely pick up and carry the gong right now if that's necessary.
I'm imagining like
I did the math. I checked the math.
It would be a lot harder to sound the alarm if they didn't have a gong. Like, a voice is fine, but a gong is a lot more powerful. So I think if they're relying on that and they're just all confused and looking for the gong, that'll give us a lot more time.
I know that Yuri isn't, like, Hercules strong necessarily, but I'm just imagining him spinning it like a discus and whipping it up over the cliff.
Okay, so my carrying capacity right now, without suffering any kind of encumbrance, at least for the next 10 minutes, is 480 pounds.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
Oh my
he's
God.
Hercules right now.
I had
Discus,
Oath of Glory is basically Hercules. So
amazing.
all right, so I would like to take that cue to also pick up the gong or like lift it off the shelf if I'm able to.
Yeah, you pick up the gong. Laosin's over on one shoulder, and you move to pick up the gong. He unseats himself and says, I could probably walk. And he's like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Let's go. And you pick up this gong that's about 4 feet wide and this brass, this big brass curved thing with an ornate dragon kind of carved into it. And you lift it up off. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. You can totally do this, but basically this is a, hey, if you fail, then something bad happens.
Then I ring the gong.
All right, yeah.
I'll take a 17, sure.
Yeah, you lift this thing up, and now you have this massive shield that's just covering your all of your face. And you're like, I got it. And Laos is looking at you like, okay. And you start, and
yeah, I figure he like hefts it by a chain or something up over one shoulder, so he's got this enormous slab of metal. And if Leosin can walk, that's all well and good.
Yeah, Laosin's okay. He's still has a headache from a bloody stone wound, but
That's awkward.
You are still invisible for an hour, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, So there's this big, huge.
Maybe he'll try to use the gong to shield Leosin, like as he's running. So if anybody looks, they'll see like a giant thing of metal, but they won't see Leosin running away.
This is amazing.
It's a good plan.
It's a good
It is
plan.
amazing. Oh my God.
Best plan
This
ever.
gong has become my favorite item in game so far.
This is great,
Besides pseudo dragon.
Okay.
So my normal carrying capacity is 240 pounds.
Wow.
Although I don't think this is something he'll take with them.
All right. So yeah, there's an invisible gong floating through the camp. There's a fire that has broken out in the northwest corner and a big fight that's broken out. You see Rezmir. Actually, Rezmir's not going to come out just yet. You guys make it back over to here with the rest of the prisoners. And how did you want to help Opal up?
I was going to actually ask Ugg to help her up, go up the ladder, and then just come back down and rejoin us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ugg's big enough he can hoist her up.
And I'm also going to kind of suggest, after the last of them have left, for us to immediately go back to where the fighting is, so that we're nowhere near these ladders.
That's fair. Yeah, and about the time he's coming back down, Ugg's coming back down the ladder, Laosin is coming into camp alongside a flying saucer that's flying vertically.
UFO.
I guess if we're going back to the fire, Kyla's gonna probably try to call her pseudo dragon back.
Yeah, as soon as it went out and lit the fire, it comes back.
You did a very good job, Scorch.
Yes. Favorite dragon.
So I did.
You are
roll
all
an
my
intelligence-
favorite.
Sorry.
What was you gonna say, Doug?
I was just saying, I did roll an intelligence check to see if Yuri took the gong because it was a good idea, or if he just thought it would be a better shield. So I don't think he realized that it would be good to not sound the alarm.
Oh man,
Imagine a sword hitting
having
that
that
thing.
as a shield though would be such a power move.
Yeah.
Like,
That seems maybe something you could do with 20 strength. I don't know.
God, it's so loud every time he's fighting. Wang!
that's how you multi-class into bard.
I have to announce my presence somehow. This really seems like the best opportunity.
Nice.
Yuri, just drop it, man. Just drop it by the ladders. We'll come and get it later, I swear.
Yeah, if they're able to rejoin, I think that's the point where he'll set the gong down, unless it becomes dramatically appropriate for him to wield it like a weapon, in which case he will.
Yes.
That's great.
If you want to huck it up on top of the cliff, it'll make a little bit of racket, but you can do it.
I don't think he wants to signal that they've escaped.
Okay.
I think at this point, if they haven't noticed that the prisoners are escaping, that's still the first priority.
Yeah.
And then ideally, if we can keep a low profile and not get involved in this, we just need to lay low until it burns its way out, and then everybody leaves, and then we can get the egg and be done with it.
Okay.
This dragon's gonna be so mad.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Leosin
Just
leans in close and says, "Meet me back in Greenest when you get a chance." And then he shimmies up the ladder.
Lead your people to safety.
Yeah, can we tell them where the secret entrance to the keep is?
Yeah.
I don't know if we collapsed it the last
We
time.
did.
or
We
You
collapsed
did.
it, but-
You did,
Okay.
and there's no raiders in the town, but if you think that's helpful, then he'll definitely take that information.
I'll tell Leosin. He seems like he's high enough in the hierarchy that it would be okay for him to know.
Okay,
Ooh.
and yeah, he shimmies up the.
Let's get back to the.
You
I'll
come
just
back.
spectate the fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the kobolds are fighting. There are a couple of dead kobolds. There's a couple of dead mercenaries. It's it started out just a brawl, but it has escalated into like an all-out fight. Lots of wounds have been inflicted, but some people are messing with the fire and putting that out, and eventually you do hear like a cry of alarm, but it's way quieter than the gong, and it takes a while to rouse the camp. Eventually they start barking out orders. Most everybody is like drink themselves to sleep, so there's not a whole lot to do right here. And you guys wanted to be in the thick of this, or where did you want to be?
I just wanted to be in the crowd, just watching as they fight each other.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get involved at this point because we still have our cover, and we should try to maintain that as much as possible.
I think Karen ducks behind a tent to pull out her disguise kit to give herself a black eye.
Nice.
That's great.
Nice.
She's like, yeah, nailed it.
One with the patch on it.
Yeah.
That's great. And then you pull up the patch and you realize you only did the bruise around the patch.
Oh,
Not expecting it to have actually moved it.
Okay.
Two bruised eyes.
Yeah, it's like real specific. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. I mean, this is an eye patch of protection, so take that as you will.
So yeah, you this part of it dies down. They deal with this, but it takes them a while to figure out that the prisoners are gone. They see that Laosin's gone pretty readily because they would have gone to the gong to try and do that. But they deal with the fire and the civil war first, and it's probably 30 minutes, 40 minutes before they realize that the prisoners have been set free as well. Resmir looks pissed. She finds the guard that was on duty and chains him up in Laosin's place. And what else happens?
Where's my gong?
And yeah, like the gong's not there, and she's pissed and confused, and marching up and down the camp, and she organizes like a hunting party to go after them. But they've got enough of a head start that they'll be able to outrun them, and it's dark, so they'll have a tough time finding the trail.
Oh wow, I'm so glad we took the gong. Not only was it funny, but it was so much more effective than I ever imagined it would be.
I wish I would have discused it into the leader tent, but that would have caused a lot more problems.
Here's the thing. You still could later.
Possibly. I was the right move. I made the right move. I'm cool with that.
Well, I think this is a great stopping point for the session.
Absolutely.
Hey.
Can pick up with getting that egg next time.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would like to bring up in the post-mortem? Those of you joining us for the first time, I like to talk about what went right, what went wrong, that sort of thing.
So you mentioned that you have some bad news about the pseudo-dragons not sticking around. But is there any way they could conceivably stick around just to be pets, not all three of them be familiars or anything, but just for roleplay and just to have fun? Because they're adorable and amazing, and I love all of them.
Well,
we did buy them.
Yeah, the story with that is what happens was the kobold would sell them to various bandits in the camp and mercenaries and cultists,
And they would pickpocket.
They would hang out with them for a little while, but the cultists wouldn't treat them right, or wouldn't treat them to such a high enough standard to keep them interested. Right now, you have all three of their interests, but one of them needs to be the favorite, and if that doesn't happen, then eventually the other two are going to leave. So you
Keep up your effort, Kaylee.
You pick your favorite one, and then we'll see what happens. But it's probably going to go down to just one.
It's a game show.
Understandable. I was just wondering if it was anything I was doing wrong.
No. It's just the nature of how I think pseudo dragons are. They're like cats turned up to 11 that have telepathy, and they're just sociopathic little attention seekers.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I'll try to link something for you so you can kind of see what they appeal to and things like that.
Cool.
Kind of help you.
Well, I had a lot of fun. I think we had a lot of good role play moments.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Yep, I'll try to do more searching for things like music or other effects. I know that you did that for me, Doug, this time, but I couldn't. I wanted to make sure I had something I'd be able to post on YouTube's.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'll try to make sure and do that since I'm off all of next week. Woo!
Oh, very cool.
The music that chimed in as we started the fire and get all the fighting going was like perfect.
That was Allie's doing. Allie changed that, and it's the Witcher soundtrack.
Oh man, that got me hyped up, man. I was ready to.
Nice.
I wasn't sure.
Witcher fight music is very good.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
The Witcher always has solid music, but definitely copyright stuff
Oh,
we can't have.
absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Going on the YouTube.
What would you say, Kaylee?
this was happening to anyone else, but for some reason, Ek was just constantly cutting out. Like, I can understand for the most part what he was saying, but I would have to ask him to repeat himself a couple of times. Like, it was just something wrong with his mic specifically, I think, because everybody else I could hear just perfectly fine.
That happened last time, and I'm not 100% sure why.
It wasn't as bad this time as it was last time, and it wasn't so bad that I felt the need to like bring anything up about it, but there would be the odd word or two that would cut out.
Okay. I'll try to listen and see if it's on, like if it's in the YouTube, see if it's on my end or whatever.
Or I don't know if it's a mic sensitivity type thing. Like if you pause for too long, then the sensitivity drops and it cuts out before it picks up your voice again.
Right.
That's happened to me before. Yeah.
I gotcha. Well, is there anything else game related?
I thought we had a couple of fun combat encounters.
Yeah.
I think it was definitely the right dramatic decision to, like, as the fight was spiraling down, hustling it along rather than playing out the last round or two to defeat one of the enemies. So I think that was smart.
I feel like that's something I've gotten a little better at. Just don't have to roll out every single thing when the writing's on the wall.
Well, I always appreciate your flexibility as a DM to roll with what the situation dictates. Like allowing Karen to go in and basically just nullify that entire encounter with, charm person because it made sense to.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a good decision and an interesting way to keep it moving forward.
Yeah, I like some of the ideas that I've been hearing. Don't want to call Kaylee to the mat or anything, but talking to Rezmir is a bad idea. It's like
I figured as much.
Okay, yeah, just if we had like the party going up, hey Rezmir, let's talk about this. That's like the gruntiest of grunts going up to the 5-star general and saying, hey, let's talk about some things like what are you going to do with Laos and where's he going?
Stay in your lane.
There wouldn't really be a role for that. It would just be a failure. Hey, now we're going to go. You get captured route.
Oh my! I was half joking. On the other hand, I just thought it would be a really interesting encounter. A short one, but quite interesting.
I actually have a very relevant clip from Futurama that I will post as soon as I screen it for appropriateness. But
good man. Well, cool. If that's it, then I'll stop the recording here. Make sure to check out RPG for You and Me, a podcast that Doug and Allie do. And we will talk to you later.
Absolutely. See you next time.
See you guys.